Hi there, chat. How's everybody? Hold on, let me turn down this music. There we are. How is everybody today? Hi, Josh. I already see you're here. Finally, no school on Friday because it's Independence Day tomorrow. Hell yeah, that's great. Alrighty, there we are. So, the headset was dying. We had to get this. Bruh guy! We got Bruh, we got Joshy, we got everybody today, it feels like. Today's gonna be a good day, I tell you what. And immediately, I can already tell it's gonna be a good day. Why do I say this? Because today we're going to be doing a lot of reacting. So today is mostly gonna be reacting. Not saying that every video I react to is gonna get the same energy or the same level breakdown. Uh, but today we are going to be reacting to, let me see, what is top of our list? We have the deer. So we're probably going to do the deer. Now, I do remember that there was a secondary video for the deer. I'm just not seeing it. Yeah, Deer from Saturn. It was an animation. So I might do both of those to get them. How is everybody today? Hopefully everybody's doing good. Hopefully everything's running right in the world. Right now we got some swamp blues. Tell you what. Hello, you're here. How am I? I am in limbo. Alright? Best way I'll put it. I'm not good, ain't bad. Had some slight issues happen. Tuesday I didn't stream, of course. It's because I've been extremely busy. College, work. Not only that, but I also had a tree fall onto my porch. That was fun. And then I had snake skin. Like a huge snake skin just right on my porch. And where I live, we have rattlesnakes. So I had to make a very quick decision to go snake hunting. So, yo, Killer Bear, I posted my first SCP a week ago on the wiki, and yesterday I checked it. It got downvoted and deleted. What? Why didn't they downvote it? That is awful. Why didn't they just decide we're going to downvote it? And I guess Shahab's a better person to ask this. At what point do they downvote and then just get rid of it? Like, is there a certain point? I don't know how the voting system really works. Towards, all that. It makes me happy, you can join the stream, Josh, and take your time, Killer Bear. Yeah, so today we're just going to slow down, really, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Today we're doing a few reacts, might do a little bit of drawing and animation. I do want to show y'all some cool stuff. So if I go to my don't delete feed the machine folder, I've been drawing a couple things. So I know I did, yeah, it was this, I think. with that, I'm currently building an app slash website for a kind of like a project to myself, and then I also got school stuff, so things are all in the air. The standard. Oh, hold on. It makes me. Yep. I think it's just my writing. I think the standard got a fair bit higher nowadays. Oh god, that sounds bad, Killbear. I hope that no more falling trees and snakes again. Yeah, especially because the limb goes right above me. Like, if it was to fall in our one, it'd be right above me, so it just crashed down right here. I know it's so high to the point there's no simple SCPs. Their standards are high. So, what was the SCP about? If you could, like, give us what's the word I'm thinking of? An overview. An overview of the SCP. That'd be pretty cool. Sorry your SCP got downvoted, Joshi. If I may ask, what was it about? I love your SCP-682 drawing, Killer Bear. Thank you. Still working on it. We're actually getting some of the animation done. It's just taking me forever because I actually want to make it a fluent thing. So it's a lot more zoomed in. Oh no, what am I missing? Oh, that's what I'm missing. Did I accidentally delete the wrong file? Alright, that one I didn't need. What was that? Door half. Oh, I took away the wrong thing. Alright, so I have to redo. Apparently the idiot decided to get rid of the right file. Unless this is it. Yep, this is it. Alright, I'm going to try and replace these real quick and then fix it. Yeah, okay. I need to fix this real quick. Hold on, y'all. Sorry, I know y'all are staring at my face. So trying my best to say what's happening. The CapCut decided to get rid of two very, very, very important files I had. And the ones that they got rid of are very specifically the doors that I have, which is hilarious. And they also got rid of the man that I put in. And so I'm having to go back and I'm having right now to go back and fix it. And I bet I know what caused it. It's because I moved a lot of things around in my folders. Hey Ozzy, how are you? Hello everyone, my name is Ozzy Dude, and welcome to reacting and chilling out. Right now it's just you reacting to my face then. This is me as a joke. Yeah. Uh the SCP that I posted was about a Philippine eagle that can control others of its kind and have wars on monkeys. You know what? I like that. Hello everyone. Yep. And it's used to be safe, turned into a Euclid class object. Hello everyone. Shab! I'm so glad you survived your exams. Trust me, my friend. I know exactly how that feels. I had to do one yesterday. Currently, I've taken my exams for a certificate, so wish me luck, and I wish you all the luck as well. I was doing a Markiplier parody. Oh yeah. Welcome Ozzy and hello Shahab. That's great to hear that you finished the exams. Oof. Anyways, I'll stop writing for now. When I have my confidence back. Love the art. Joshy, my friend, please continue trying to make your SCP. I don't know why they would have just not accepted it, cause that is ridiculous. But also, hello, chat. Yes, so hold on. I have to go through and make sure my audio was working on all my different scenes. Alright. It should be working now. I should have known that taking like one break would give me so many audio errors. So y'all didn't hear me about what I was saying with the animation? Y'all probably didn't hear what I was saying about the animation then. That's kind of sad. Hi Justin, Actor Bros. We hear you now. Do not wonder if not writing gets a pizza now. I can hear you, Soup Bro. Thank you, Trav. Hello, weird. It's now working. Yeah, the issue was that it wasn't registering my headset as an input for my voice, so I just had to fix that. It's a simple fix. It's because this thing's dying. That's why we have the cord today, as you can see here. So we have it plugged up. We have it charging on our heads. Probably gonna explode. There, no. But we can hear you now. That's great. Okay. So y'all probably didn't hear what I was saying about the animation then. Hold on. Let me get the animation back. Alright. So I'm gonna show it again. So this is the animation, just what we have currently in place. So of course we have the SCP-682 kind of holding cell. I'm still moving around things to kind of get the thing to look right. And obviously there's not any sound right now, but I'm trying to make sure everything kind of looks smooth. And that's of course the background, that way I can make sure all the sounds right. But of course once it gets right here, I'm already drawing like the head, it's different and the claws are different, that way it looks like they're still in the shadows. And right here everything kind of doesn't make sense. Right here I'm doing a close-up of like the actual key card itself being scanned, and here I'm gonna have my character kind of just walk across, and here he's gonna be there until about the door reaches here, and then he'll back away. So I'm still heavily working on this. Hold on, I got a thing tied around my finger. There we are. Hey, Bold, you're in here too. No, but we hear you now. This. Hello, Actor Bros. I think you mean Actor Bros. This is a link, to a very funny Fallout song. If some is interested, the video is also in the playlist in the hopes that one day Killer Bear would react to some Fallout videos. I got you. As a voice actor, Killer Bear did a good job in Flower Boy Funhouse on itch.io. Hello. Yes, so there is actually some pretty fun news about that, so I'll go ahead and kind of tell everybody. For anybody that does not know, Flower Boy Funhouse got an update. So we got some new characters, and not only did we get a brand new character with Samson Crew, which is by another YouTuber by the name of Trixican, there is currently a challenge going around. The challenge is if anybody can beat all 20 mode, or all the, what are they called? These little challenges. If anybody can beat all these challenges, a new update is going to be in the game. here in the extras, he's going to give us some mini games. He's already got it done, I think, so that's going to be released. Why did he lose his hand? Oh god. We just amputated his hand. Look at that. It's just gone. That's bad. Oh yeah, the lobster video gets me rolling when Starbreaker showed up. Well, I'm Glimp in the game. He is. He's been Glimp in not only the Lookaway games, but also in that game. Last stream that I told KB that I'll write SCP about his channel and turns you into a bare 2% of the viewers. And you said that I should put it in the joke page, like, come on, we have a tree that can scream somehow to the Scarlet King. Bug reported. Oh yeah, I'm going to report that to management. We get ads right off the top. That is god awful. Alright. Oh, first time my ears ain't hearing something blaring. No, that's strange. Alright, let me make sure all my audio's good. Wait, y'all, what number was it? The tree that can scream. What is this? Pride Fest is back for its third year running, and this time we are official again. In future, Pride Fest will be an annual tradition with very few exceptions. Whether you write, draw, or just want to celebrate your pride, come on down and join us for Pride Fest 2026. This year's theme is For All of Us. And while you don't have to write or draw something on theme, we welcome you to try. And always remember, you are wanted here, you are safe here, you are loved here. Huh, I didn't know they were doing this. It's been a while since I've been on here, I'll be honest. Shark punching center boxing its way through the anomaly. Jesus Christ! Anomalypics. There we are. I was having a seizure there, I feel like, of the mouth. Let me see. Bah, I got you. One of the famous Glint lines. More like, why can't that tree scream? That site 42 hates to hear it screaming. Wants it. What? So what number is it? Speaking of which, I have not been on. I always get lost here. I need help. Guy. This it? No, this is not it. All right. Here we are. Is it not a joke one? Because you say it's not a joke one, but I feel like it should be. Why is that called Stop the Slop? Fortune cookies are useless. Sad roach, bad roach. They need to do one called Mad Roach. Sad, bad, mad, glad. Ooh, there we are. I just get System of a Down. Hold on. Why is the band here? It's an official SCP. On any wondering the new video for Dawn new SCP video about the space lobster is placed 141 episodes into the playlist. Anyone interested in voting for it? In the playlist, I think it's 4521 or 4523. Gotcha. This is System of a Down. Is it the band? Okay, I get it now. SCP-733-J. You're expecting all the stuff here. I was like, why ain't it loading? Why ain't it loading? I scrolled down and it's just bam. The effects of 733-J are to be contained within This file following a code developed by Dr. Evlor NG. Its object class is safe. 733-J refers to an anomalous glitch that affects one of the SCP Foundation servers where a certain amount of text, sentences, or paragraphs appear at the bottom of the page instead at their normal position when saved. You know what? That's funny. I wanted to reload so I can read whatever keeps disappearing. Addendum 733-J-2. It has been recently noted that should any form of text span the length of the page, it will automatically disappear. Ah, shit. Ah, I was trying to read it. Come on, load back. Addendum 733-J-1. Ah, shit, the server went down. You know what? This one's simple fun. That one's nice. My brother also voices Reggie, the main animatronic in Lookaway 1 and 2. He's also in Flower Boy's Funhouse. That's a funny use of wiki code. It is. I love that. That one was funny. I was thinking the band. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm like, why is the band here? Cause like you see System of a Down, and I'm like, well, I guess I would understand. I mean, Surge's voice is definitely not normal. Hell's Bells. Now think of AC/DC. What is Hell's Bells? SCP-938-J. Item SCP-938-J. Object Class Safe. Category Classification Pending. Special Containment Procedure. SCP-938-J is currently housed at Site-48. The object is to be kept in a Level 1 containment locker. Access is granted to all personnel of Site-48. Description: SCP-938-J is an indestructible standard digital alarm clock developed by the TimeLink Company. Though it possesses standard buttons for an alarm clock, otherwise there is no visible control to switch off the alarm. SCP-938-J functions like a normal alarm clock even without batteries. The only anomalous property that is known occurs when a subject is 10 meters from the object. Oh, hold on. Yo, Jaggy, I just seen you pop in. That horse is fast, Chav. I wasn't expecting it to be in the SCP. I'm gonna head out, left a like for you. Thank you, Justin. Hopefully you have a good day. What's up, mi amigo? Currently, we are just kind of chilling out, reading some funny stuff before getting to some reacting. I showed off the current part of the animation. So obviously I still have like a million things left to do on it. That's not even me joking. I legitimately do. Um, but I told them about your game that you are saying that we have a two different bets going on. One being the all 20 mode beated or all the challenges beated before the next update comes out for the mini games. Also, Jeggy, we accidentally amputated Flower right here. So I guess Flower needs to get work hazard pay. Um, I feel bad. We just took away his hand. He didn't need them anyway, but at the same time, we didn't need to cut off his hands. So, but as soon as we go back, he gets them again. So, hold on. Catching up. SCP 5236 is on place 13 in the playlist. It's called the SCP Ethics Committee Inquisition. And it's a real good SCP that shows how the Ethics Committee operates, and I think would get killed by a new ends there. I thought something it saw, but no, it was a Starbreaker. Oh god, please no more Spanish. The last test was brain frying. Honestly, I understand. I'm learning French. Um, Perspective how the SCP Foundation operates, and is anyone interested in voting for it is really good. If not, that's also fine. In the next month, the playlist will reach to 1,000. For me, all SCP videos are great. Hello, Jagesus. It's like that because WebGL sucks. I got you. Hello. It's funny that I can understand Spanish, Jeff. Not fully, just a lot of words I know because my language has, 1,000 Spanish taken words. Actually, that's pretty true. When a language like starts taking words, I guess it's easier to learn them. Like for me, it's easier to learn a couple of the French words because sandwich is just sandwich. Croissant is croissant, but you gotta do it with the little accent. Eclair is eclair, but whenever you write it, you gotta put the little thingy up top of the E. And then the only one that is really weird is them saying coffee is cafe. So when we would want coffee, we would say una cafe. Like, you want the whole fucking cafe? Okay. And, cause like here, cafe means like a place. It's not a coffee. So I understand. It's easier to learn it, but at the same time, it's like what? And then us saying please, them it's Silvus plate, Silvus plate. Which I always sound like a Russian when I try saying it. It's like, why do I sound Russian when I'm trying to say please? Uh, Colonization. Yeah, that definitely explains it. The playlist will be our 20-year watch plan, at this point. Honestly, probably will be. Um, because how many are we at? We're at 621. So currently we're at 621. Um, I find it hilarious. Oh, wrong playlist. Another thing I'll go ahead and show because I find it hilarious even more. It has more views than any other playlist, meaning somebody has been watching 526 videos. It's got more views than my actual playlist, which I find hilarious. Uh, I love languages. Yeah, and they're awesome. To be honest, I think we should watch the playlist soon. I got a real eerie FNAF video I posted on the playlist. Holy shit, wow. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and show kind of the views and all. The only thing that's gotten more views is this playlist, which is the life playlist. So it won't take long before it passes it too. I vote Joshy. I often use the playlist to watch all the old videos. Yeah. And then, of course, this one's got 19, which at some point we need to finish that series too. And then the Walton Files has 33. Speaking of Walton Files, it just reminded me. I just got Gmod and been thinking about doing some Gmod videos too. So if y'all might be down for some Gmod videos, probably some like hide and seek, prop hunt, some survival horror maps. They actually made a pill pack of Bond, where like Bond tries hunting you down. I've been thinking of doing like a map, like some type of maze map, or like a really like big map. Cause Bond, I found a way I can mess with his settings and make him like faster than a missile, and that once he finds you, he'll never stop chasing you. And so I was going to get like 10 people, and then the last person to die to him wins. It's going to be a real fun one. By the way, how we enjoying Swamp Blues Rock Trip Psychedelic Stoner Groove Mix? I often use playlist to watch all the old videos. Yes, Gmod vids. Can we use the voting poll so we can complete what video is next to watch? Yeah. Wait, I thought that's what we do anyway. Because y'all vote, and then whatever's at the top, I always watch. Sounds fun. Yeah, I hope it will be. We'll just say things here, not serious, low. it has at least now over 8 Fallout videos in the playlist. Should I add all SCP animation videos I know about into the playlist just so have something to watch privately? But it's kind of funny. Oh god, it's the French Frog SCP. No KB in live, I meant. What? Can we use the voting poll so we can complete what video is next to watch? Hi, Too Terrifying. Hi, you're actually new. Wait a second. I know for a fact you're new. Hi, welcome in. Water is somewhat fun. Hopefully you enjoy horror, SCP, FNAF. Do a mixture of everything. Also do some drawing. But if you want drawing, my friend Jegasus is the pinnacle of drawing. If you enjoy reading and writing, Shahab is a author over at the SCP website that you can go and read. I can tell you his number for a very good read. Why everyone can't English today, including me? Because English is used, it is a common fact. English is only used during a couple of months. From August until May, alright? Which means in between that there are 2 month gap where English does not English. What this means is that people do not talk right. So right now we're in the first month, which means everybody's brain's turning off and English isn't Englishing. And then about the end of July, everybody's just going to be goat, stork, bread, milk, funny. And then near the end, everybody's brains are going to slowly start waking up again because that fuel's going to reach it. And then that's when it's going to be getting back into talking. Are you doing SCP readings? I plan on doing SCP readings and SCP reactions. We have a playlist actually mount. So the React to This Dummy playlist is one done by the entire community here. So everybody that's currently in the stream, they are one of the collaborators on this, as you can see. And they have put in over 621 videos. So if I go here, everybody here has been putting these in. And we do a voting system. So as you can see, there's 13 people that collaborate on this. So there's me and 12 other people. And the top one right now is the deer and then the Davites. Not first, you're here. What did you miss? We looked at the animation that I've been working on. We read 2 real funny, real tiny, small joke SCPs, which actually I finished this one now that I think about it. So not really much. What else? Hello everyone, what do you think? Hello Mountain. Well, it's me. What are y'all doing? I just upvoted 3125. Gotcha. I mean, 2 single-handedly filled. You're not wrong, Shahab. 2 very, very much were like, I know this is my calling, and took it as a job. You're not wrong, because this one I put in, this one I put in. Mr. Incredibox did this one. Joshy, Bold, me. Joshy, me. There's hello. Hello starts at 13. Then it's me, Shahab. Hello, Joshy, hello, me. Hello, me. Hello, me. Hello. Bold. Hello. It's really funny because it's like, it's only 2 people that have ever put stuff in, but once you get to like the very top, it's like, I'm in there a bunch, Bold's in there a bunch, I see Shahab, And then, hello, Joshy. Yeah, room. You saying hello is like Adele on repeat, lol. It is. I could put a Adele song on, and next thing I know, it's just describing the playlist. Uh, the U is me because I accidentally deleted myself. That's right! Bold ended up deleting himself from the playlist, and I had to add him back, I think. Wait, yeah, Bold, you're in here. See? It took me a second. Actually, let me. I'm probably going to regret this. Alright, that should now be in here. And then pin that. Alright, so now if no people end up showing up, they can join too. Uh, this whole playlist could feed a new SCP fan. It could. One of the weirder things though is after I react to something, it normally gets deleted. So we don't keep it in there. That way, it's always something new, something fresh. And there's not just SCP stuff in it. There's also FNAF stuff. I've been wanting to add some backroom stuff into it. I just don't know what would be the best backroom stuff to add into it. Then there's some Team Fortress 2 stuff. There's some Fallout stuff. It's a good mixture, but it is mostly SCP. You hit it right there on the head. Um, Let me see. That's weird. I put a bunch of those vids, but it says Killer Bear did. Huh. Did you end up leaving at some point not first? Because if you did, that might be why. Or if there was an error, that's probably what it is. There's Minecraft anomaly videos too, Killer Bear. That is right. There's Minecraft horror as well. You should read SCP-4494. Okay, I'll read it right after I finish this one then. The only anomalous properties that is known occurs when a subject is 10 meters from the object while in REM sleep. Usually subjects that are having a dream will be disrupted by SCP-938-J at 6:10 a.m. by a digital chime that plays a version of Fia Jaux? Fia Jaux? I hope I said that correctly, with several notes arbitrarily off key. The volume is unpredictable, but has been as high as 90 decibels. In 100% of all cases, subjects will be enraged by SCP-938-J and will attempt to destroy the object because of SCP-938-J's chime. The only known method to turn off the alarm of SCP-938-J after it has been activated is to engage in for less than 15 times. 2. Subject will deposit 3 drops of blood onto the clock face. 3. Subject will recite the phrase with correct dictation. Oh god, that's German, I think. Phrase is Old High Sarknik and literally translates to I will defecate on time itself until it becomes my wife. What? You know what? That is a wild statement right there. Just saying you will defecate on time itself until it becomes my wife. Okay, I'm glad I chose this one to read because what? There's a great found footage short film about anomalies and liminal space. I'll add it if I find it. I got you. Check playlist for a second. Expanded and check Bama playlist. It looks funny now. Bro, what? What the hell? What the fuck? The fuck? What are Dash J SCPs even about? They're just joke ones. Dash J SCPs are always like something I enjoy. Because even though you can go and read the actual SCPs and, learn about the lore and all, I just like going to joke ones and having a fun time. Wildest threat I've ever heard. It is. I will. I, this is like walking up to somebody and saying, "I will shit on you until you love me." It's such a strange. There's a random category on the list to the left, and when you click on SCP, it will take you to a random SCP page. What Sartic cults have to do with this? No clue. Why is the Sartic cult in this? No idea. The SJ are parodies and specifically non-canon. I think there was a joke page where Ronald Reagan was rapping about SCPs. Honestly, I'm not surprised because Ronald Reagan is a genuine SCP. Oh god, what number was it? I think it was in the 9,000s? No, it was in the 8,000s. Don't quote me on what number it is, but there is God Emperor Ronald Reagan. And we ended up reading it, and it was hilarious. You should read SCP-PL001-EX if there is any translation. Oof, I forgot about that. Which one? About the God Emperor Ronald Reagan? If procedure 421 Tantalus fails, the alarm will gradually decrease in volume over 3 hours until it becomes silent. Subjects who have failed procedure 421 Tantalus report having the alarm iteration of Fiery Jock stuck in their head for the following week. A week of listening to this song? Interview log 938-4-J. Interviewed D1169. Nice. Interviewer Dr. Smith. Forward. Dr. Smith plans to debrief D1169 after testing with SCP-938-J. Begin log. Dr. Smith. So, D1169, could you describe the events before the alarm clock woke you up? D1169. Well, I had this awesome dream. I was at the beach surrounded with these hot babes. Man, it was awesome. I was using the corpses of a bunch of dictators as a couch, and they were all praising how I managed to kill them with only a toothpick and all American ingenuity. I couldn't keep a straight face with that. What? What? Why? Why? Why was this made? Dr. Smith. So what happened after that? D1169. The damn alarm clock started making noise. I tried turning the damn thing off, but it kept buzzing. Now that stupid song stuck in my head. Fucking earworm. Dr. Smith. How does the song go? D1169 hesitates, appearing to go into trance. D1169. Elder worm lord of my eyes, cleanse the world of mortals, cleanse the world of mortals, kill them all, kill them all. 1169 dies of a sudden rectal hemorrhage. In log. Jesus Christ. Uh, have you read SCP where Ronald Reagan got cut up? I do not think I have, I'll be honest. It's also a joke one. Next, the SCP, Joke SCP is talking about that SCP-5004. Donald Trump is teaming up with Sarkix to fight the immortal Hitler clone SCPs. The clone was created by the Sarkix under Stalin's orders from the that was a lot. Communist Party. I wish I was making these up. Dash JSAPs will either be the most horrifying thing to read or some random BS. Yo, can those wait? The playlist will be insanely be filled. My favorite joke SCP is SCP-J 15,000. Oh, that SCP. Relatable just 2 days ago, I had a. What? Shut up! The fuck? You know what? If you want to announce that to everybody here, that is all you, my friend. I want to know why this man's special dream is he was with a bunch of hot ladies on a couch of corpses. Why is that his dream? Actually, he is a D class. That would make sense. He's probably a prisoner. Never mind. I understand. Addendum. An autopsy of 1169 reveals that upon death, his body had anomalously been filled with carnivorous worms wearing what appear to be French berets. Category reclassification pending. Oh, gotcha. Footnote number one: all dreams are reported to be enjoyable to the subject, i.e., achievements, a pleasing memory, etc. Oh, gotcha. So when it says that when the subjects are having a dream, it means that they are having a dream that everybody uh that they enjoy. Such wonderful women around him. Again, something about French brains now. I'm telling you, every SCP is French. It's why I'm learning it. Soon as I learn French, I'm going to be able to understand all of these little SCP things. And then when somebody starts speaking French in them, I'll just be like, oh, this is what they said. It would have been so helpful in, God, what was the number? 179. I think there could have been something hidden in that one because 179 had a bunch of French things that were just hidden, I feel like. I don't know any of you in real life, so my social standing is fine. I got you. All right, so Josh is wanting the deer time. So this is what's number one currently in the React to This dummy playlist. Exploring the SCP Foundation, SCP-2845, the deer. Now, I've heard a little bit about the deer. I don't remember much of what I had heard, though, so this is basically a brand new SCP for me. Hopefully, it's good. This is, uh, God, what channel was this? The Exploring series? I had forgot that quickly. So the exploring series, he will do random images that have nothing to do with the story he tells. So a lot of it, I will just like zone out and just be like looking elsewhere whenever it comes to him talking, just so I can listen.
SCP 2845. The Deer.
Is that what the deer actually looks like? Hold on, cause wait a second, I'm already piecing a couple of these together. All right, so if this is what the deer actually looks like, it obviously got like a human face, human aspects to it. The moon being broke. There's a couple different stories I can put this with. So of course we know the House of Ab, Abnormalities. Jesus, I always missay their name. They ended up locking something up on the actual moon. And then in that telling, there was a fake moon that was made to be put uh into the sky to then recreate the moon landing. Um I wonder if this one is going to connect to the fake moon or if it's going to be talking about the actual moon. Because with the actual moon, there was a something locked up there, to which the spirits were wanting to go up, and of course the Soviets were sending dead people to try and explore the facility that was already up there. Let me see. The deer will feed. Oh, that has to be my favorite because the inclusion of mythology. Uh, yes, I believe that the deer shall feed. Why do I feel like that is a warning? I feel like that is a warning of something. Yes, that fan art of the deer. That's what it looks like. It looks so majestic, right? Its interpretation is so majestic. The deer will grow. I saw that fan art in the wiki once. Close enough, KB. I will say, it reminds me of the Pokemon, if y'all have ever seen the Pokemon. Deer Pokemon. I can't remember what the name of it is. Yeah. What were you? The Sawbuck. It reminds me a lot of how the Sawbucks like antlers are, but then what was the other Pokemon? I can't remember its name. It's not this thing. It's not a deerling. It's going to bother me now that I can't think of it. But yeah, there's a Pokemon that's like a deer. Uh, the deer will come in November 16th. Wait, KB, wait before you react to the deer. But you wanted the deer. What? What you deer? What you doing? Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with that deer ass? Oh, is that the thing? I think the class D that's more likely to be fed, not the deer. What? Why keep going with the deer? My deer watch deer. You know what? That's actually pretty funny. My deer watch deer.
How do you contain a god? The answer to that question, of course, probably varies depending on the god. For some, the answer might be you don't. For others, maybe you convince the world to stop believing in them. And for others, maybe you just ask them.
Okay. That we're starting off kind of hot right there. How do you stop a god? It reminds me of God. What was the mythology? Somebody made a kind of like a religious theory, saying that Loki killed all the gods and then made up his own religion, which would then become Christianity to basically rule over people. That was a genuine theory by somebody. They were really going out there with all the different theories about religion and what the afterlife would go. So the containing of a god. We have seen this multiple times be brought up within SCP. One of the main ones is SCP-001, the Scarlet King. They first thought that keeping the 110 Montauk experiments up would prevent him from entering the world. Uh, then they allowed SCP-999 to be born simply because it was told that he would be a great warrior who would fight his father and his siblings. And they really wanted to get rid of the god awful lizard, 682. Then we've also seen them try to contain gods such as we have Loki, which was in Three Portlands. We have uh what was his name? Anderson. Anderson is, of course, not a god. However, he was basically dealing with a lot of religious things back with the factory, and will later be dealing with a lot of things within the Three Portlands with his robotics. And then we would also see him doing anomalous weaponry, which would be seen in the Bismarck and 186. I'm hoping I'm remembering my numbers correctly. So trying to contain a god is a very big thing for SCP. And we've also seen them try to contain gods uh, with stories that probably contained the Bigfoot due to Bigfoot's being more developed, and then them siding with the serpent from the Wanderer's Library to then overthrow Bigfoot and then make sure they didn't remember anything. So we've definitely had humans, gods coming together type thing. And then the thing would end up disappearing. And we've also seen 179, who's right next to the sun. Uh, that's basically a warning. And then after SCP was talking to him, she was like, nah, fam, I'm out. So it's been a whole thing. The introduction of it, just like 179 and 001, roll gone beautiful. And anyone, no spoilers, let Killer Bear experience the deer in all its glory. Uh, You know what? Never mind. We're going to watch it after. The deer is so beautiful than Manoia in May. I think there are two deer videos in the playlist, one from Don and the other from Mr. Illustrated, which has the deer fighting the Scarlet King. There's actually four, I think, four videos actually. I just love how you are connecting everything, Killer Bear, with the information you already learned, and the weapons, SCP 186, the weapons to prevent death. Jesus Christ, why can't I talk? Yeah, I love this part. Or SCP 152, the book that tells the future. SCP 141, the book with all the legal cases, and 140, the Deviants book.
There are forces in the SCP universe, however, that won't go politely, and don't care who believes in them or not, but represent a massive threat to the world and must be contained by the Foundation somehow.
Scarlet King.
One of these entities is SCP 2845, the Deer. SCP 2845 is partially known for having some of the most complicated and esoteric containment procedures in the Foundation, which we'll get to later. But overall, I want to explain 2845 and its connection to mythology. On November 27, 2011, a comet was sighted in space, although it wasn't on a trajectory to impact Earth. A few days later, the existence of the comet was confirmed by multiple observatories, and 2 weeks later, a fragment of the comet broke off.
Okay, just going to pause right there. So, obviously, comet is coming, something breaks off, is heading right towards Earth. I'm understanding that part. What some things are kind of connecting a little bit is this is starting to sound a lot like how the Bismarck, if anybody was here during that reaction, we were able to connect it towards the SCP that is in Jupiter that is causing the red eye, the red storm. The Bismarck, of course, being a alien, um, who I believe may or may not probably be the alien that was on that one, but a lot of people think that it was an alien that was attacked by it, so it could be either one. Attacking it would make sense too, so I'm not gonna throw that one out. This is reminding me of it. So obviously there could be some connection between these. And it's saying that some things don't care if you believe in it or not. I'm going to kind of put this in the realm of Scarlet King. Scarlet King, of course, and destruction. Um, as long as there's chaos, you are preventing him. When there's no chaos, then there is nothing to really stop him from deciding to make it himself. It is like a constant fix. Uh, and I think there was a story between Scarlet King and the Brothers of Death, I think is what they're called, the three brothers. Death of individuals, death of town, and death of world. That's how I basically remember him. Uh, so it makes sense. And them saying how the deer would tie in with mythology, I'm trying to think of which one it would be. Because we've seen Loki, which is Norse. We've seen Gate Guardian, which is Christianity. We've seen Anastasia, which is Buddha, like Buddhism. I could be wrong, but I think it's Buddhism. I'm wondering if the deer would be another Norse one. So I'm just putting a little pin in that for right now. Oh, and then we had 179, who was 179 has to do with all the planets. If I had to guess, 179 would be something to do with what was the one that did all the planets? Roman? I think it's Roman. And we've seen other people deal with planets as well. If y'all remember that, where each planet is a god. Uh, so yeah, let me catch up on some of these. I know I'm talking way too much. Oh, or SCP, I read that one. By the way, I just wanted to let you know that when you read SCP 4494, you should read his name in a very dramatic way. Gotcha. Was even a What's even a god in modern terminology? Is it the creator or any being with a little too much power? That is the best question I think has ever been asked. What even is a god? That is the best question. I feel like the term for a god should be something that is not only able to create something, because anybody can create something. We can create artificial life. We can create a robot, something to do something. We can create that. You have to be able to create something that is biologically alive with free will, and you be able to be an all powerful being, meaning nobody else is above your power level. So in every other instance of gods, they are always so powerful. The only thing that can defeat them is somebody just like them, so they just get classified as gods. If that makes sense. Uh, each bet 179 warns the SCP Foundation from the comment. Definitely 179 warned the Foundation about the deer. More than likely, they probably did. However, you also got to remember that 179 quit talking to him in 19. God, what year was it that the story took place? If you remember, 179 quit talking to him. So there's a high likelihood that it didn't. By the way, SCP-001 is one of the weakest versions of the Scarlet King. Yeah. Mythology like Saturn. Death of individuality, death of culture, and death of everything. That's right. That's what's called. Is what the brothers' deaths are. Brothers' death is death of individual, death of many, and death of all things. Yep. Anastasia 3000 is Hinduism. I always forget which one it is. Thank you for correcting me, not first. I don't know why I was thinking Buddhism. Buddha is the. I think he's the one with all the arms. I could be wrong. I'm not too much of a religious person, but my main religion is Christianity. So trying to remember like all the different religions kind of confuses me. I was trying to remember which one's Hinduism. Thank you for correcting me. I love your talking killer bear. Obviously, 3000 is Hindu god, right? Yeah, I messed up. Like creating something from nothing. Yeah. I would say SCP-343 is an example of a god, but he is a fraud, so I will not. So, the thing with 343 is that he, I think, is what confuses so many of the stories. For example, when 343 met 682, the story goes that they were talking because 342 seen him as the serpent that was within the Garden of Eden, and the Gate Guardian in 682 did a battle, and it was a whole thing, right? I can't remember what video reacted to. It's been way too long. But what ended up happening was 343 was like he's no longer mine and just disappeared. That was kind of strange. 343 I don't think would be the actual god. And there's a reason I say this. We have seen it way too many times in like media where there's a god. Biggest example, if anybody's ever watched Lucifer, I think this could be an instance to where in Lucifer there was a guy who claimed to be God. What he had was this belt buckle that legitimately turned him into God. Um, I can't remember the character's name. I'll show you. Lucifer God. There we are. Where is he? I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for the other guy. Uh, Fake God. There he is. Yeah, this guy. I always forget his name. So this guy, the one that looks like Charles Manson, they had him pick up a buckle from like a belt, and he when he wore it, it turned him into like a god. Gave him the powers, gave him the memories, and he actually talked like it. And there's a scene where him and Lucifer like back to back to each other while they're laying down this like stretcher or whatnot, about to be killed, and they're being pumped full of drugs. And the guy is talking with Lucifer, and they're having like a father son moment. And the second she removes the belt buckle, all the god stuff just went away, and it went right back to him being a normal human. So it was a whole thing. So I think this could be an instance of something like that. Where was I? In the 90s? When I say in the 90s, what? To be fair, God as a creator is relatively new. God's first civilizations weren't actually creators, but just beings with dominion over certain things. SCP-179 did stop talking, but it still warns the SCP Foundation, just not with much information. I gotcha. 343 is the biggest loser in the Foundation. He was asked to end the lizard, and he goes, "Oh no, I can't because I don't see it. No." Hello. Hey, all boring things. Hi. Welcome on in. Well, he did say that 682 wasn't his. Uh, what are you guys doing? Right now, we're talking about the deer, and we're trying to connect it with, like, all the SCPs that I possibly can, because I am brand new into the SCP community. Only been here since February, I think. And we've been learning about it the best that we can, trying to connect all the little pieces, like it's a little puzzle, and trying to hopefully, if somebody's never reacted to it before, be able to tell them about it and bring new people in. Because I think this is a pretty cool community. Even though there might be a few bad eggs, but we have some amazing people here. And we actually have an author. Shahab is a actual author of the SCP Wiki. So, really cool. Oh, hold on. What are you guys doing? SCP stuff. SCP-343. I do not pay child. I do not pay child support. I will always slander 343 the fraud. 343 is the biggest fraud in the SCP, and yet there are still idiots, probably Christians, no offense, that put him as one of the top tier gods in the SCP. I don't think you can put 343 as a top tier god, especially due to the single fact that in every instance of talking about God, there's the talk about death. Death is a concept, but in many instances of the talk, death is a actual personification, such as in SCP. You have the brothers' deaths. Brothers' deaths, those would probably end up reaping slash killing any form of a true god. Um, and I think the biggest example would be the one that kills cultures. I feel like he would end up getting rid of the different godlike things, getting rid of, hey, no more remembering this, and then uh, the one that kills many things kills all. Would end up just getting rid of any form of it ever coming back, if that makes sense. Uh, where was I? I think majority of fan base knows 343 is lying. 343 is literally a random powerful guy the SCP should just slime him out. Now, I have never heard of anybody being this angry over 343. um, Shahab yo. Joshi, right. Bulgari? I think that at the top of SCP cosmetology, not including pataphysics, is and is not. Brothers of Death right below them. Gotcha. Oh, is and is not. Okay, yeah. Took me a second to remember. Gotcha.
4 days later, the fragment lands in the Pacific Ocean. And over the next 3 days, SCP 2845 crosses 124 kilometers of the ocean to reach the western coast of the United States.
Oh, you were
On
in the
Christmas
Pacific.
Day 2011, civilians began to upload video footage of 2845, and it is confirmed to be hostile. The Foundation joins forces with the Global Occult Coalition to recover and contain the entity. But the following day, artillery bombardment commences.
Oh, no.
Observation of 2845's capabilities and nature forced the Foundation to bring in outside containment consultants. On December 30th, an unknown event causes the Foundation and GOC to cease their bombardment for 16 hours, during which 2845 is unimpeded. Bombardment recommences, and the entity is led across the Sierra Nevada mountains while under constant artillery strikes.
This thing is just tanking being shot. And the GOC, we have seen GOC in so many instances, and I do not agree with GOC at all, especially after they killed my two little tugboats. However, the GOC we have seen in other instances, such as the Erie, we've seen it there. We've seen GOC in many different talks of life of them just try to steal stuff, sell things, make money, kill whatever they want to kill. I don't agree with them. Here, it seems like GOC and SCP are putting away their differences to try and just get rid of this thing. I mean, they weren't trying to talk to it. They weren't trying to do anything. I mean, they were immediately seeing like, oh, it's hostile. Kill it. This is the first time I've seen these two team up to try and kill something. I don't even think I've heard a story where they try teaming up for like 682 killing, which I find pristine idea. I would rather them kill that stupid lizard than try and kill the deer. What? This is big. Um, Brothers of Death right now below them. At least the deer went not to France. It's going to learn French. I know it's going to learn French. Hello. You got to realize it's always the French. The GOC, the jerks that killed the two innocent boats, minding their own business. Exactly. 343 is such a bum. Some dude questioned him and he just removed them from existence. I love it on TikTok when there's a 343 edit. A lot of SCP fans will say, not true God, by the way, and then some fans will say, yes, he is true God, and I consciously say, oh boy, you haven't read the wiki that much. Like, you have to be in the wiki for days to finally know what 343 is. Also, GOC attacked the Mummifari and angered all three monsters from 4812. You just reminded me about that. They not only attacked the three monsters, they also had the princess that was controlling them. Oh, you just reminded me of that. Oh, I forget just how dumb GOC truly are. And then they almost ended the world because once they attacked and all the monsters got enraged, they then tried using their knowledge of having one of them because they thought the thing underneath France, the thing in the cave was the actual princess, even though SCP knew that it was another one of the entities, and it then became a war of knowledge and getting paperwork back and forth between each other. And then they ended up angering the princess because they did something to her, and it became a whole thing. It was god awful. You just remind me of that. Uh, In defense of GOC, they have a rule where if a population of people find out about a para threat, there will be a mass panic, so they have to slime out the boats. To be fair, I don't think really anybody knew about the boats. And there's been a story. Shahab wrote about it. Shahab did a story where anomalous boats were in the afterlife. It has to do with mythology as well. And the boats were able to what's the word I'm thinking of? Conjure up a uh person, right? That would become a extent of them. They get to choose the one person that was the last one on them, and with the person, it would seem like it was just another boat. So I think that story could have did that instead. GOC just are those two anomalies? Bang, if that makes sense. Um, you will never kill my boy SCP-682. I'm going to fight that lizard. After I finish this animation, I'm starting an animation where I kill that lizard. I swear to God, I'm gonna kill it. I'm tired sick of that stupid lizard. He stepped on my son. All right, y'all don't understand. Me and that lizard, I will learn how to write a story just to kill him. I'm telling you now. Well, GOC and the Foundation aren't enemies at all. Sure, they don't like each other due to differences in views, but they're closer to reluctant allies than enemies. You have a point there. However, there's been many different instances, such as the factory, where we learned that the person that would go to make the GOC would end up disagreeing and kind of turning away from the person that would make the SCP, the original 13. uh, we would see how the GOC would steal some of the anomalous weaponry, toys, whatever, from the factory to try and use against other anomalies or also possibly sell. The selling would more than likely end up turning into Anderson Robotics, though, so that's why I'm thinking it would be something else. Which, actually saying that, I'm now realizing Anderson Robotics could just be named Anderson Robotics in turn to the original Anderson to which made all the original stuff. I didn't think of that. Unpopular opinion, but GRC are not as bloodthirsty as the fandom imagined them. On their hub page, they explicitly state that low threat anomalies that don't threaten normalcy are fine. They killed two boats that did nothing, that were pregnant. I think that is the most overlooked thing. The boats had babies. They performed basically not only a killing but an abortion, which was rather strange saying out loud. But they killed pregnant boats. Evil anomalies. Evil against anomalies. I mean, uh, what's with you with slime out mount? YouTube probably won't like if I say the K word, so yeah. You have a point there, but at the same time, they don't like my channel anyway. I wish I was lying, Mount. I have right now probably 60 copyright strikes, okay? They do not like my channel. Um, 682 has the worst writing ever. They should bring back the old days where the Foundation would just straight up slime out the anomalies. No, you can't. SCP-682 canonically survives being deleted by his author. I know. I've always made the joke that I'm going to kill 682, but I know in reality I can't. Um, there it is again, slime out. You can fight him temporarily, kill 682. He will adapt and come back, and the GOC committed so many crimes. Like the GOC made a Site 13, which is like a kill zone for all SCP anomalies to kill, which is so evil. I was thinking about bringing back the fishing boats in the story in that afterlife, but I feel like it's better to keep the ending as the author wrote it. I'll ask for feedback about it from the crits. What's with you and breathing mouth? Well, yeah, but it's important to realize that all SCP files are from the perspective of the SCP Foundation, so there are biased. That is true, Bold. You have me there. They are biased. The GOC made a whole building just to kill anomalies, like what the uh funny mustache people did. I say no more to that. But I'll say we can't put what the group is. We say the funny mustache people. We 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 gotta be a little bit nice to YouTube. we we, we can't we can't get in trouble there. Also, Shahab, you talking about bringing the boats back in your story. Is there a way that you could get in touch to the original author that wrote that story to see if you could bring them back? I feel like that should be something that gets talked about because it's something that doesn't get talked about enough. Uh, all right, can we stop writing for a second so we can finish the video? The GOC has schools where they teach about magic, by the way. All right, yeah, I always forget that I. What is that? Continue watching with two crying and a. What is that? We should probably listen to Shahab. All right, let's keep going.
January 15th, the entity is finally contained using
Oh,
unknown methods, and Site 100 is built around SCP 2845 to properly contain it. 2845 is finally declared properly contained on February 19th, 2012.
a year later?
As you might have inferred from the title, SCP 2845 is an entity with the appearance of a large deer, with a humanoid face and especially large antlers. A ring of ice particles and metal is anomalously suspended behind its skull at all times, constantly rotating. Aside from being seemingly impervious to all physical damage inflicted upon it, 2845's main anomalous trait is its capability of transmuting and reconstructing any matter in sight, instantaneously. No matter is created or destroyed in the process, and the result remains stable even when it normally wouldn't, such as transmuting something into liquid metallic hydrogen at room temperature, or changing the local atmosphere without it mingling with other regions.
Okay, so I'm able to connect this again to the 4812, I think it was, where the princess, the different people, and then the three entities, monsters, whatever you want to call them. One of those was able to control different environments. It basically would suck up the heat and turn everything cold. This creature, the deer, is able to do somewhat the same thing. However, they are following a actual rule of law. Matter cannot be created or taken away, meaning you are unable to fully destroy something, simply change it into something else. The biggest example of this would be water. Water, you cannot destroy it, you cannot freeze it, you cannot do anything to destroy water. Water, you boil it, you set it on fire. What happens? All you did was just make steam, which is water but in air form. And then that air form is just going to condense back into liquid form again. So there is, uh, you know, matter cannot be created or destroyed. And then this is another funny thing. They did a pool table technique. If you don't know what the pool table technique is, pool tables are extremely heavy. So you cannot pick them up and carry them away. So what they did was they incapacitated in one way, which it says by unknown means, which I believe means that they used the SCP. I believe they used another anomaly to keep this anomaly grounded. So it's grounded here. Instead of picking it up to take it to another site, they just built the site around it, which it took an entire year from what, if I did my math right, to contain it, which I find very strange, but pretty cool. Uh, hold on. I'm seeing a lot of things. They use magic to bear kill anomalies. Also, GOC buys weapons from Anderson Robotics. Cambodian flag. Gotcha. Isn't 682 old? What do you mean they should bring back the old days, Joshy? When the entire fandom is slandering your favorite group, but they're low key right, so you just do nothing. How is it feel when a Killer Bear that you have a lot of people talking to you in stream? I love it when everybody's talking. I'll be honest because I'm able to read y'all's messages. We basically talk and we come to agreement. I really like it. Which anyone that buys from Anderson Robotics past is a huge price for it. What a beautiful art. I enjoy the art. I want to know who made this. Look how nice that shading is. And then you get like this cosmic style metallic chrome antlers. Look at that. And then here you're able to see the actual ice and then the metallic right there in the ring that is behind it. This looks so good. This hello guy is saying a ton of bad things about my favorite group of interest, and all of those bad things are right. What do I even do, man? You gotta realize hello is very passionate about this. It's so cool that everything we say is canon to our own SCP universe. Sorry if I think and say too many things negative about the GOC. I know the GOC do also some good things, and I like to apologize. I also put lots of videos in the playlist which show the GOC perspective. I'm 40-60 about GOC, but still I like how they're reluctant allies between the Foundation. Shower thoughts. Did the weight of the Earth increase over the millions of years from all the new biological matter that dies and decomposes into it? I feel like the damn chair and the boats ruined the entire community's view of the GFC forever. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. Oh, bottom right, there is a thing there. I feel like I would rather trust the UIU and the SCP Foundation, even if the SCP Foundation does so many horrible crimes. I just trust the SCP Foundation more. Bottom right. Did I say that, bro guy? I will never think the Foundation are the good guys. They bully some water girl into hating men. I think someone said that, not me. I like the newer series. So, in the terms of SCP, you want to know who the good guys are? I'll tell you easily who the good guys are. Are you ready for this? You're not going to believe it. The good guys in SCP are the civilians. And you might be wondering, what do you mean the civilians are the good guys? Obviously, it's the SCP Foundation. I mean, they're the ones protecting said civilians. Nah, see, the SCP Foundation commits war crimes on a daily basis in the terms of technological advancements and doing the right thing. It's basically like justifying punching a random person, right? The GOC aren't good guys because they'll just find a way to kill something, whether it be with little to information to no information. Then you have gamers against weed. Gamers against weed, you might think, oh, they don't do nothing except do little harmless pranks. And if somebody did something too bad, they'll get onto them, right? They are constantly making anomalous things, to which then will take away from SCP from containing the real bad stuff. Gamers Against Weed are absolute frauds too. Absolutely not. All right, the Calvians. Oh yeah, and they did that, but at least SCP Foundation to fix the world more times. Even it's very bad how they do it, like SCP 2000, cause a lot of problems. My bad, Joshy. I was replaying to you, but changed the response to mount. My brain bugged out. Civilians. Lol, it's alright. Gamers Against created a gun that turns people into worms, and caveman nerfing gun was it called. Exactly. The only good person is a civilian in this situation because they are the only people who get attacked by anomalies simply due to a mistake that the Foundation will do. Biggest example, 096. The man took him into the mountains, took a photo, had a D class make sure that 096 was in the photo, gave it to a random civilian. He looked at it. 096 breaks out, destroys a bunch of people, getting to a town to which he would then kill. All right? When it comes to the only good people is civilians. And then everybody else is either really bad or a morally gray character. There is no good. It's either anti-heroes or villains. That is it. The only good thing Gamers Against Weed did is create a ad blocker that K-words the guy behind the ads. Okay.
SCP-2845 is capable of using these transmutations in offensive ways, easily devastating groups of combatants.
Jesus.
It has also been observed using its abilities on single targets, up to 10 kilometers away, transforming individuals into anomalous structures. These structures are columns measuring 2.4 meters in height with rubbery yellow-green skin. Most of the original body is used to fill the column, but the brain encompasses the entire interior structure and is in a constant state of high activity, possibly communicating with SCP-2845. Some of the individuals transformed by the deer retain mobility, but all have evaded capture so far.
Huh.
So, how do you contain something that is hostile, impervious to harm, and can change anything it wishes into hydrogen gas with simply a thought? Well, the answer is complicated, of course. I'll first go over the lengthy containment protocols before explaining why exactly they work.
Hold on. I gotta search up a question real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. 1 second. What was the god of Saturn? I have to know. Saturn, Saturn, Saturn. Was his name actually Saturn? Yeah. Saturn is the ancient Roman god of harvest and agriculture. He carries a sickle as his symbol. Saturn was also the major Roman deity of time. Saturn was worshipped in a winter festival called Saturnalia around the time of winter solstice, which was marked by a carnival and gifts exchange, uh, and is said to have merged into Christmas. Saturn is Saturn's day, the sixth day of the week, and the sixth planet from the sun, and its symbol is a six-pointed star, 666. I could have sworn there was something else. The reason why I'm trying to figure out what gods were the Saturn is because I just connected this, the deer, right, is connected to Saturn. So if it's connected to Saturn, I wonder if this deer is the version of that certain uh god, right? All right. A lot of people were talking. These bad scientists who released was for sure a GSC sympathizer because he wants to kill SCPs. Now that's the meat and potatoes. The scientist Dr. Dant who released SCP-096 so that he gets permission to kill SCP. Yeah, anything anomalous. Kronos. Was that it? Is Kronos the god? That's Greek. Oh, the Greek one. I gotta sleep now. Goodbye, fellow unauthorized people. Goodbye, Mount. Thank you for stopping by, my good friend. Hopefully you enjoyed. If you ever want to come back, I will have all these lives, hopefully, at some point, if I remember to do it, all edited into videos. That way, uh, you can put all your thoughts into a comment. That way, anybody that goes to them videos can see whether or not you agree with what I say or disagree with me. Which I welcome all disagreements as well. Um, or was I don't know. Cronus is Greek. Roman is a Control C, Control V of Greek mythology with some names changed. Romans copied Greek anyway. Cronus, not Kronos. I thought you said unauthorized period. Like Peacemaker, but in the Suicide Squad, it's the same thing. I just do it better. Roman to Greek. Yes. Cronus, Saturn one god, different name. What does Cronus look like? By the way, I apologize for this annoying ass chair. I need to get a new one. Cronus. That is not what I searched. Saturn. God. Watch it be that I misspelled. Yeah, Cronus still has the scythe. So it really is just the exact same thing as the Roman one. Unless it's just become, oh wait. Oh, it is connected. Okay. I'm about to, nah, Greek to Roman. Roman is just a ripoff because they are too lazy to make their own gods. Oh no. I should have realized us talking about religious type things would end up causing this. At least Roman had more territory, which sort reads all the ideas the Romans bored far and right. Okay, so does everybody see this little thing right here? The little serpent eating itself that looks like a ring. So obviously, that could be interpreted as the ring around Saturn, right? It could also be the ring that is behind the deer. Gotta go, I'll be back in a minute because there's a new trailer from Pixar. I'm a Pixar fan, but I'll be short. I gotta react to it. Joshy, take your time. Tell me what it is you're reacting to. Tell me what it is you're reacting to. Is it the Toy Story? Are you trying to see Bald Woody? I bet you're trying to see Bald Woody. I mean, Greeks were thinkers, Romans were warriors. Seeing a bit, Joshy. Uh, Ghetto is the new movie CIO. I already mispronounced that. See y'all in a minute. Ghetto? There's no way they named something Ghetto. You're lying. Alright, I'm turning back on the music. We're gonna keep reacting, but I gotta check this out. Pixar Ghetto. Gato. You put a E instead of a A. Oh, yeah, love militaristic civilizations. They are always awesome. Look at America and Russia. Bold. I am sorry. Did I make you upset? I know my people, my my community probably made you upset. I'm sorry, but it's a cat movie, I think. Yeah, it is. It's Gato. Warriors that thought, how can we steal ideas and do it better? How to use the ideas and spread the ideas to EC. Everywhere. Got to. Yeah. Everywhere. Sorry, I do not want to fight. I like to apologize. Nah, it's all good. But Bold saying, I love militaristic civilizations, like, what did I do? What did I do? Just because I have a favorite plane and it's a military plane doesn't mean I'm militaristic. It just means I like the nickname for buff. Which, if anybody has no idea what I'm talking about, there's a plane called B-52 Bomber. And B-52 Bomber is called the Buff. This is it. The B-52 Stratofortress. This thing carries bombs. And in case you're wondering why it's called Buff, Buff is a acronym meaning big, ugly, flying fucker. It is a amazing thing. So if you type in Buff, you will go to this wiki right here. It says why is the B-52 bomb is called the Buff, right? And where is it? Where's the line? Yeah, big ugly fat fucker. That's it. I'm back. Nonchalant. Nonchochos. It was a solid teaser trailer. Actually, no, the Greek came up with all these ideas, and Romans just took them. There's a reason I wrote about Estri back on the Greek interpretation of the Argo. Oh no. What, what divided your community, Bear? Oh, Greeks versus Romans.
As mentioned, the Foundation went to outside containment consultants for some reason, which they practically never do. But these consultants are never allowed to leave Site 100 without a heavy dose of amnestics. Dozens of
SCP-3000.
trained personnel and D-Class are assigned to containing 2845, and Site 100 is permitted an unhindered supply of untrained subjects for the purposes of containment, as 2845 is clearly a top priority. The containment chamber itself, along with Site 100 around it, have been constructed to exact specifications in a very specific design. To simplify, the site consists of a number of concentric circles, along with a number of circular chambers, each placed at specific points. The floor of each of these circular chambers contains a six-pointed star, made of lead, and the central chamber, where 2845 and hundreds of converted humans are located, contains an atmosphere primarily consisting of hydrogen at negative 110 degrees Celsius.
Okay, this is a very specific thing. So we're dealing with circles, six-pointed stars, which I believe would be the Star of David, made out of lead, and then all the pillars are in certain places with a certain gas to a certain temperature. This feels more like a containment ritual instead of a actual containment, if that makes sense. My English may be wrong. It reminds me of God, what is it? It you know what? I'll go with the joke one. The cooperative demon. The cooperative demon was the one that was giving them a lot of the ideas. And the cooperative demon was was a joke SCP. I do know it was a joke SCP. However, because it is a joke SCP, I feel like this could open up a way for me to make that a canon one, because if you realize they said they went to outside help, containment help. They could have asked the demon. I'm going to make that joke. They could have asked the demon to then understand how to get the dear God contained. It would be hilarious in my head. Did it happen? No. Would it be hilarious just to go, you know what? A demon contained a god? It would be hilarious. Alright. I'm seeing a lot of messages going through. Hold on. No, I'm just getting into Greek mythology. I'm back. Actually, no. Yeah, I read that. Are we seriously arguing about Romans versus Greeks? And I am a Roman stan to do. Do you know the comics and Astrian Obelix made in France that tells funny stories about Gauls versus the Romans is really funny. Oof, I'm a Roman and a Greek stan. I side with Greeks. I also like Greek, I just prefer the Romans for some reason. Because they're red, right? Hello? The contain the deer guy with ritual is nothing strange here. And I like the Romans, I just prefer Greeks because they are original. What do you mean, Joshy, because they are red? Oh, you already know. Trust me, it won't be hilarious a bit later. I'm going to hurt everybody's feelings real quick. Y'all can be Romans and Greeks all you want. I'm Norse.
The actual containment procedures are when things start to get really strange, though, as they are both numerous and complicated. There are 6 procedures, each lasting 39 minutes, and with 10 hours between each of them. This adds up to 63 hours and 54 minutes, after which the 6 procedures will begin again, repeating endlessly. Each procedure is carried out by 6 individuals, usually trained containment specialists, but some procedures involve D-class personnel. The first procedure involves 6 trained individuals putting on masks and performing a comedic play that includes trading insults, ending with the one wearing the foolishness mask outwitting the others and declaring himself king. This is followed by a game of dice, although the winner is irrelevant. The second procedure involves a live musical performance, utilizing various instruments, accompanied by singing and dancing. The third has the containment specialists exchanging gifts, each not exceeding $4.28 in value.
Why?
A recitation is performed while
Hold on. It says a ritual of gifts not exceeding $4.28. How, and I mean this, how are they able to make sure that it is not that much? And the reason I ask this is because money and the value of something is different no matter what. So you going, it can't exceed this amount, you're basically saying that you're hoping that you don't go past it. You know? Thor copy of Zeus. Actually, you're wrong. Because Zeus is a perverted old man. Thor is a drunk. Get it right. The god of drinking and partying from Greek would end up being Thor. Thor, if you don't know, is a drunkard and also just likes to fight. He also has goats that he rides to battle on. Uh, it would actually be Odin, I think, that would be more Zeus, uh, with being a creepy old man. Uh, oh no, his mobile player. I am a mobile player. Okay, we're going in this route, Jeff. Why are we turning into a who is better, the Romans, Norse, or Greek?
28 cents in value. A recitation is performed while giving each gift, along with a scattering of grain around the containment chamber. The fourth procedure involves the individuals binding their feet with wool while consuming half a liter of olive oil and
Ugh.
reciting another ceremony. This is followed by them reciting a separate ceremony while breaking apart a large rock with hammers. For the fifth procedure, a D class is brought in and a symbol is painted on their stomach with a platinum-based solution. They are then presented with a cloak, crown, and
Sacrifice.
scepter, before being restrained in a chair and castrated with a hand sickle.
Oh! Oh! Ow! Why? Oh, you bastard! Why? Okay, I'm trying to think of how I could connect this to anything, but you're telling me they bound them up, gave them a crown, a robe, and a scepter, and then castrated this person, meaning they took the testes of this D class, to which they have bound to a chair, and like in the movie with James Bond in it, they removed his testes with a sickle. Which, if you remember, the sickle was the scythe which Saturn has, which is connecting it to both Roman and Greek, because they both have the scythe, but decide to use it to take away a guy's nuts. I just can't imagine how painful that can be. Just straight up, just no. Yeah, bro got neutered. And Loki is trans. Actually, you just reminded me. Loki is the equivalent to Zeus. If you have no idea what that means, Loki turned into a horse to do a distraction at one point for Thor. He then gave birth to a horse that had like 8 legs, meaning he turned himself into a horse to mate with another horse. Loki is a freak. There you go. Okay. What is he, trans, or are you being for real? No, Loki is a trickster god, meaning if he wanted to, he can be male, female, or any species of anything. Meaning, where Zeus would mostly keep being a male to, you know, have children, such as the Minotaur, or turn into a goose to do a thing to a woman. No, Loki's like, okay, I'm female now. And then he gives birth to 2 wolves that chase the sun and the moon. Killer, you good? No, I am not good. That man had a sickle used on him. While we argue about the Romans, Greeks, and Norse, the French Gauls are sneaking behind us. That France will win. Are you alright? No, a D class loses his balls. Jaggy, I mean it literally. Told you it won't be hilarious. I wasn't thinking you would be. I didn't think we would learn about man getting castrated, okay? Uterus castrated Cronus. Yep. Imagine being a man, a woman D class probably. To be fair, I feel like there's a upside to this. If they had a D class that wanted to transition, they could just turn this into a very nice and clean bottom surgery. And I think that is the glass half full type of looking at it. All right? I feel like that is us looking positively at a negative. All right? I think we should look positively at this. They are simply helping someone transition. Uh, I mean, the Greeks have a story where God's balls get removed. It's probably that means that this is a Greek tale then. Uh, okay, France is just peaking. France is awful. SCP-113 is a stone that turns man into females and females into males. So if the SCP Foundation has no man or woman D class, they could just use these SCPs. France is the corner watching the stream fighting about Norse, Greek, and Romans while France is waiting for opportunity to win. The French right now are just in the corner like, they will destroy themselves. Then we shall sneak in. And then if you actually look at them and talk to them, here comes the white flag. Didn't Loki do that so that the ice giant's horse can't help them build the wall around Asgard? I can't remember the full story because it has been forever since I've read it, but I think that does sound correct. It's just such a weird tale of, so Zeus wanted woman at this time. That is why we have a Minotaur. He turned himself into a bull. Why is there an eight-legged horse? Loki asked if they needed a distraction. He turned into a horse. Why are there two wolves running across the sky chasing the sun and moon, making them give us night and day? Loki gave birth to two wolves. Honestly, got lost in the story, but just heard this out of context. It's so bizarre. We send SCP-049 over there with a Chaos Insurgency, and they will put a stop to France uprising.
The specialists recite another ceremony while disposing of the testes in a bowl of salt water. The final procedure.
They're brining the testicles? Why? Why are we trying to make pickled testicles? You know what? I can't. I think that would be a delicacy somewhere. You know what?
Involves a
Sure.
baby, no more than 3 months old, being roasted over a fire. The
It's getting worse. What? We're taking a baby that is no more than 3 months old and roasting it? You know what? They're roasting it. They're roasting a baby. They have the pickled nut sack over here. It could be worse. It could be worse. Oh, wait. Now it makes sense. It's a Greek tale. They're roasting a baby. Uh, there's, I believe, a story about the babe. The gods were eaten by their father Kronos, and Zeus was the one to make sure that they got out. So this is probably part of that tale where they're eating the baby. It is very fucked up though that they're doing this. Uh, Hold on. Loki is just a scapegoat for everything, man. He is. I blame Bruh Guy for saying Cronus that led this argument. Balls with a side of dong. Yeah, that's basically it. And let me remind you that his wife Hera, also his sister, punished any woman that Zeus had slept with by turning them into random things. Exactly. It's still done today. I'm about to go off. If your partner is cheating on you, do not blame the person that your partner cheated on you with, all right? It's not their fault. It's your partner's fault. Blame your partner for cheating, not the person who was probably just a random bystander that didn't even know your partner had you, all right? Because your partner probably lied to you. Now, if there's obvious, and I mean uncut proof that the person is like blackmailing your partner or like forcing your partner to do it, then that's when you help your partner and you put a body in the ground. I'm just saying. Pure shock while knowing this already. Exactly. Even if you knew about this, you're still like, what? This cookout so far is straight up ass. It's ass. I like when SCP files do comedy. Exactly. Comedy SCP is better than this shit. Oh god, a D class babies made from female D class. There is actually a tale connecting these where the use of SCP to create babies. The tale is in the playlist called SCP Foundation Eats Babies. Great mythological. Jesus Christ. Greek mythological delusions. Exactly. And I believe that SCP 113 is used turning males into females for the baby's production. More than likely.
specialists recite another ceremony and then consume the infant.
There it is. Eat the
They
baby.
recite another ceremony, consume gastroliths, induce vomiting, and recite the final ceremony.
I don't know what gastrolips are, but it says that it makes them throw up. So let me just prove what we're doing. We are we're pickling the D class's nutsack. We cooked a baby and ate the baby. We took a medicine or drug or whatnot to puke up the baby, and we're about to do one more thing.
If a containment breach occurs, the on site nuclear device is to be detonated. All Foundation facilities are to be locked down, and protocol Strike Down the Moon is to be activated.
With Base 44, a simple sentence becomes your website.
Their idea, if a containment breach happens, is fuck it, we're gone. Let's nuke it.
To reiterate, for full clarity, the containment specialists of SCP 2845 cook and consume roughly 135 babies each year, along with castrating the same number of D class, just to contain the entity. This is likely where some of you would like me to explain how that's actually not true, and that the containment procedures are simply an elaborate ruse.
Yes!
Unfortunately, that's only partly the case, and the SCP Foundation certainly does carry out these procedures, and will likely continue to do so for the foreseeable future. We're given a letter from a containment consultant to the site director, and it seems that others were confused about the nature of the containment protocols. The consultant is upset that the Foundation is attempting to cut corners where they can't be cut, after all of the effort it took to contain 2845. We're then given his explanation for why the procedures work, and that's because 2845 is a god. He says that it's not a local or mild god, or a weaker spirit bound by the strength of belief, but a powerful god. God
The god of Saturn. Since we're doing a lot of things that have to do with Greek, this is the Greek god, which is from Saturn, which is why they have the ring. This is a disturbing tale.
cannot be contained by technology or scientific rules, but instead by rituals and words.
Yep.
Specifically, he says that rituals work not because of some underlying laws, but because they are given meaning through repetition and application. Basically, there's nothing stopping 2845 from escaping its containment with a thought, but it doesn't ever think to do so, because the continued ritual fools it into believing it's trapped. He claims that it literally cannot comprehend the concept of escape, as long as the ritual continues as it has. Essentially, the containment procedures are not weaving magic or anything so esoteric, but they have some fundamental meaning to 2845 that keeps it trapped. So then, if the containment procedures aren't really doing anything specifically, why doesn't the ritual just consist of something arbitrary, like clapping your hands 30 times or dancing around a hat? Instead,
You know what? He brings up a point. Why does it have to be the specific stuff that is being done? Because the god that it is has to do with harvesting and stuff like that. That's why it has the scythe. Why is it that they're not able to do a ritual that has to do with giving something up, like a certain amount of wheat, certain amount of product, corn, something of that nature? Uh, it doesn't make sense in a way, but I don't know. I guess the reason why it I understand why it does the eating of the babies. That is obviously talking about the in Greek there that was how it was first done. The gods were ate by their father after he was told that one of his sons would overthrow him. And I believe Hades was the one that was eaten first, which is why he is depicted as like skeleton the most because he was in the stomach acid the longest until Zeus was the one to overthrow him. It's been a while since I've learned all my Greek stuff, so I could be spouting bullshit. But I don't know. They probably tried. Yeah, you're right, bro, guy. They probably did. It's just they could try it again. Uh, and I believe. Wait, hold on. There were more messages. I still believe Dr. Dan, who freed SCP-096, was more in view of the GOC killing anomalies, even if they are harmless or incident. The deer will punch the Scarlet King, or maybe interested watching the video from Mr. Illustrated next. Next video is Don Gedonza the deer video. Wait, hello, let him react to mine, then yours. Yes, you're right, Joshy. Next, Gone, then Mr. Illustrated. It's a short video. The deer is surely also contained because the ritual is familiar to the deer. Exactly. That's what I mean. The deer is there because they're basically doing a telling of its story, if that makes sense. It it's like, oh look, bunch of food's being brought around. Uh, there's food. There's not only food. There's gifts. There's time of enjoyment, and at the end, there's the father who, aka the D class that gets neutered, is what would be Kronos, the father, no longer having kids because Zeus was his last born, I believe, his youngest, and then eating of the kids, which is what he did to try and prevent from his kids overthrowing him. It's so strange. Uh, since when Hades is depicted as skeleton? What the hell? You didn't know this? Yeah. So what the hell? That ain't what I'm trying to find. So when you search up Hades, that ain't Hades. Where is it? So you have the normal Hades, which is this looking guy, and then there's a form of Hades where like half of him is like showing the skeleton and all. That ain't him either. Where is he? Well, it's just not gonna show now. Okay, I'm gonna have to find it. Hades skeleton. I guess skeleton style is what I'm trying to find. It's not that. It's like an actual version of him. It's gonna bother me. I mean, of course it felt familiar. Isn't Kronos the god of time? What are we doing to this poor guy? Also, they did also ask the converted human brain pillar what to do. Wait, does that mean the deer itself is also castrated? So wait, is this deer Saturn itself? Or is it something else? Sorry, I really want to know, Chav, you know better than me about SCP. The French stole the skeleton picture. You know it's not Thanatos. Yeah, I know. What is So there's Thanatos. I always mispronounce his name, I know. Who's, if I'm correct, like the god of dead people, but Hades is basically just the one that does the paperwork and keeps hell running, right? All right, well that was left for interpretation. Yeah, Hades. It could be because of this thing that I'm thinking of it. Where is he? Show me the skeleton boy. Where is he? I'm not trying to find this version of Hades. Which this version of, can I just say the Hercules movie was hell? They completely did not do right by the actual tail. By the way, if anybody ever wants to watch a good video, Hades being iconic, he is such a sassy bitch. I'm saying that right now. If you want to see sassy on sassy, watch Hades being iconic. He is perfect. Uh, is this it? No, it's not. What is? I know it's on Facebook. Hold on. I'm about to search up this guy's name on Facebook, try and find it. Because I have never wanted to prove something so bad in my life. I love Hades. I know Hal stole the picture, the villain from H Man's Selector. Tune. Why won't they show it? It's bothering me now. They're legitimately trying to make me seem crazy. And Persephone. Oh, Jesus. Comic. Stop trying to make me go look insane. Where the hell is it? This guy. Yes. See? This right here. I can't remember his name. Saved my life. But yeah, they have him legitimately look like a skeleton in every sense of the way. See? And there was one where he was like, the reason for him to look like that was because he was into stomach acid the longest. I can't find the one I'm trying to look for, but yeah, it's this guy. See? I knew I wasn't crazy. Jagesus. First his Titan, not God. Second, no time thing is only small part. Kronos is time and is also not God, but something else. I don't remember name born from Helios. And yes, I agree. Disney movie is fanfic of Greek mythology, written by someone who doesn't know the source material. Thank you. There was somebody who did a full video, like movie sense style, of that movie, and I was like, how did they get this so wrong? Maybe we could ask uh Bread Jesus SCP for help to clean up these mess. Oh wait, there's no canon, so I'll just interpret the deer as an older god that sees Saturn stories, mythology, etc., and tries to morph itself into a human but fails, and became the deer we know, and is trying to kiss Saturn. Isn't that like every depiction of death ever? Finding him still to this day. You and the son is alive and the brother of SCP-179, sister. Yeah, so I wish I could find it. So it legitimately says that the reason he looks the way that he looks is because of the stomach acid. I cannot, for the life of me, find all the things. Because it's one where he shows his actual face. Because he's like, the reason I look this way is because of the acid eating away at me. And then Persephone questions him, right? And he's like, nah, not really. And then he takes off his hood to show his actual face. I know, Josh, you will tell me it is not. We had conversations before. Yeah, I was gonna say it. So yeah. Oh yeah, and then this one, Hades, come quick. Charon is fighting with someone. What? You can't pass without a coin. No, you cannot pass. I'm the one that says that you shall not pass. I don't need to. You're such a flame of udon. What the Taurus did you call me? Metho Orch. Most accurate Greek mythology is modern media that I know of is Percy Jackson. I don't know if I can agree with that simply because Percy Jackson still gets a lot of things wrong. Now, if you're talking books, you have to specify books are more accurate than movies. I'll tell you that now, Bold. Because if we're going based off of the movies, it is not that good. Video time, break time over, KB? Yeah. So explain me one thing, Joshie. Why and how is SCP-179 is talking to the Sun Brother, and how is the Sun not alive if it can talk? Just a question, Joshie.
Instead of consuming infants. To answer that, we'll have to take a look at some history and mythology.
Yep.
Although some people may look at 2845 as some random anomalous deer, there are clues that point it towards something more familiar: Saturn. Saturn was a god worshipped by the ancient Romans, with his Greek equivalent being Cronus.
Cronus.
Saturn was worshipped as a god of agriculture, wealth, liberation, and time.
Nudity.
Saturn was celebrated with an annual festival known as Saturnalia, consisting of parties, gift exchanges, and feasting, which would go on to influence traditional Christmas celebrations. Saturn or Cronus were never depicted as deer as far as I know, but deer have been featured in a number of different mythologies and religions, although 2845's appearance seems similar to a Japanese forest spirit, most popularly depicted in the film Princess Mononoke.
I think the reason it has the look is because it landed in the Pacific Ocean. And if we look at how much distance it had to cover in order to make it to the United States, I think it could have landed closer. Like if we draw a direct line in the middle between Japan and America, it probably landed closer to Japan, and so it got influenced by that in order to get its look, and then came over to America, and it probably got it. It's probably Saturn. If it's not actually Saturn, then it probably knows a Saturn, and is able to draw from it,
2845 has a ring of ice particles and metallic spheres behind his head,
like
just as the
Saturn.
planet Saturn, named after the god, has a ring around it composed mostly of ice particles, and has 7 primary moons orbiting it, each named after a sibling of Cronus. Saturn's atmosphere is made up of primarily hydrogen, along with helium and ammonium, just like 2845's main containment chamber. Much of Saturn's structure is made up of liquid metallic hydrogen and liquid metallic helium, the most common transmutations performed by 2845.
Yep.
2845 landed on Earth on December 21st, a date when Saturnalia would traditionally be celebrated, and many of the containment procedures are also linked to Saturnalia. The first procedure, in which a play is performed by individuals in mask, is based on Roman comedic theater, and the gambling with dice is based on a common activity during Saturnalia.
Because during the celebration, it would be very common to not only gamble, but it was also a way of passing time and also a way of having fun.
Similarly, the musical performance of the second procedure would have been a common sight during Saturnalia. The third procedure involved the specialists exchanging gifts, but specifically cheap gifts, as this is a common Saturnalia practice, and the scattering of grain is linked to Saturn's role as a god of agriculture. The remaining procedures deal less with Saturnalia and more with mythology, however.
Yep.
And so I will explain the story of the castration of Uranus. Uranus was a very important god in Greek mythology, embodying the sky, and was the son and husband of Gaia, who embodied the earth.
It would be
Gaia
a.
and Uranus had a number of children.
And if you don't know Gaia, my way of knowing Gaia is actually the god of war game. Gaia would end up being one of the giants. She would be the main giant that Kratos would ride on to try and climb Mount Olympus to go and kill Zeus. So that's how I know Gaia.
One of which was Cronus. Uranus had hated the first children that Gaia bore him, so he had imprisoned them deep within the earth. Gaia greatly resented this act, so she asked her other children to take a sickle and castrate their father. Only Cronus, youngest and most ambitious, was willing to do so, and he ambushed his father and castrated him, tossing the genitals into the sea. It was then foretold that a similar fate would occur to Cronus, and he would be overthrown by one of his own children. Desperate to avoid this, Cronus devoured each of his children as they were born. His sixth child, however, Zeus, was born in secret, and his wife tricked Cronus by presenting him with a large stone wrapped in swaddling clothes, rather than Zeus. Cronus ate the stone, but Zeus later forced him to vomit it back up, along with the other children, and he placed the stone at a sacred site, where it was regularly anointed with oil and strands of wool.
So there you have why the fifth one has you one, castrating somebody, two, eating or cooking and eating a baby, and three, throwing said child back up. And then at the later one, you're doing the olive oil being wrapped in wool. It's very fucked up.
To connect the myth with the containment procedures, then, the fourth procedure involves the specialist binding their feet with wool and consuming olive oil, which has a pretty clear connection to the stone that Cronus ate, but also connects to the statue of Saturn in the temple in Rome,
Yep.
which was filled with oil, and normally had its legs bound with wool, which was removed during Saturnalia. The fifth procedure involves painting a symbol on a D-class, the symbol of Uranus, and castrating him, just as Uranus was castrated. The testes are placed in a bowl of salt water to symbolize Cronus's tossing of his father's genitals into the sea.
Which will later be where Poseidon would be. It is very messed up. Oh, hold on. I'm seeing a lot of comments. Uh, Jesus, a lot of things were said actually. Of course, books. We don't talk about movies. They have nothing to do with the books besides name. Because to me, at least, I think it makes more sense. The sun is alive, and did we also depict that the Davites worship the Scarlet King? Was there not also a conversation we had about that, Joshi? Princess Mo- Monosnook GB reference. I'm LARPing. Uh, I just love all the conversations in the chat, and Killbear's commentary is just so fun in these communities. The sun cannot talk because it is not alive in the way humans are. It is a giant sphere of burning gases, mainly hydrogen and helium, producing light and heat through nuclear fusion. Talking requires a brain, vocal cords, and language, none of which a sun possesses. When you mention 179 talks to her brother, this sounds more like a symbolic or poetic expression rather than something literal. Writers often give human qualities to non human things like the sun to make stories more vivid or relatable. In reality, the sun radiates, so while it cannot speak, it still influences life on Earth in powerful, silent ways. We couldn't call it a star. Uh, and also, playing dice was illegal for all the other days, from what I can remember. Yeah, so it's been a thing. It's why shooting dice is so fun now in certain communities. It's a way of gambling, but also it's illegal in certain places. So doing it when you're allowed to on certain occasions, events, stuff like that is a way of celebrating. Uh, Wait, the fuck am I? Wait, the fuck I'm talking about? Uh, Thanks for the explanation, Joshy. In my mind, the sun is still alive. Anomaly because there are too many anomalies SCPs about the sun. Wait, hello. Let me reply this. The sun does seem to have a conscience as seen in 1548, but whether it is alive or not is not clear. But maybe I'm wrong. If Ronald Reagan is God Emperor and Bread Jesus is real, why do draw the line that the sun is alive slash anomalous and the brother from sister from 173? What I fucking meant was 179 brother talks in light radiation and warmth, but I think the sun can't talk. Cannot talk in physical sense like you and I, but still alive is the sun. So much lore for a deer. Yeah, it's all for a deer. Do you remember the islands in the ship Afterlife, where the humanoids in it are rocks in disguise? Yes, as a reference to it. Also, Cronus balls turned into Aphrodite. Yeah, I forgot about that. From Romans, Greeks, now if the sun is alive, what has this community come to? I'm gonna tell y'all now, the sun is alive because, and I'm gonna say this now, it may not talk in the way we do. However, if we remember, 179 showed a ability of what's the term of it? Telekinesis. We have seen in way too many ways how some anomalies can mess with your mind. 3000, good example. It entered the mind and just showed itself. The people kept saying it sees the serpent in its mind. I think the sun has a telekinesis talking to the sister there. Uh, from uh, I heard that Aphrodite was born from the foam left by Uranus things thrown into the sea, so she is the oldest Olympian. But I think what I said is I still stand though. Uh, and so the sun is alive and talking with light to SCP-179. Thanks for agreeing with me, Shahab and Killaberry, that the sun is alive. Sorry, Joshi, I understand your thoughts, but for me, the sun is alive. Yeah.
Finally, the roasting and consumption of the child is based on Cronus eating his own children,
Yep.
along with vomiting afterwards. These containment procedures aren't really random, as each has been specifically crafted in connection with 2845's connection to Saturn. Whether it actually is Saturn or is some embodiment of the myth and the planet is unknown, but the ritual works. The containment consultant that designed the procedures knew what he was doing, and perhaps even more impressive was how quickly he was able to design a procedure that would contain such an entity based on very little information. The text that displays after you click on his letter reads, Towering Kadath, my home. Kadath is a location created by author H.P. Lovecraft, which is located in the Dreamlands of Earth. I've done an entire video on the Dreamlands in the Cthulhu mythos if you're interested, but Kadath was once the home of the dream gods of Earth, known as the Great Ones. This connection potentially shows the consultant to be involved in far more than just mythology. So, I've now explained SCP-2845, but there are still some unanswered questions, such as, is 2845 actually Saturn? What does it want with our planet? And what are the ramifications of the Foundation's very public containment efforts? Some SCP articles connect and blend with real-world mythology and stories in very blatant ways, while others do so in a much more subtle way, such as 2845. Both can be very interesting, but ones like SCP-2845 benefit from looking beyond just what the entry itself says. In the end, the answer to the question of how do you contain a god is, well, complicated.
How do you contain a god? You make it feel important. Because here's the one thing you need to know about every single god. Every single god is a narcissist that you can simply go, You're the best one. As long as no other god hears you saying that, you're perfectly okay. The rituals might seem to be nonsense, but they are what I designed, divined to be the best course of action. There are powerful symbols there, and whether or not you or I think they are appropriate to the situation is irrelevant. I have listened to the converted, and I have listened to the echoes of the stag in their song. They are not suffering, but they are no longer human. They are changed utterly. The ritual remains as it is. So this is saying that he talked to the columns. He talked to the humans that were transformed into to know what was the best course of action. That is messed up. I'm going to have to edit out me starting to laugh because I look down for a second and what I read is I have a question. Does it clap when it walks? What are y'all talking about? Hold on. What are y'all talking about? Uh, but for me, the sun is alive. Okay, okay, sure, the sun is alive, I guess. No, pretty sure it's his balls. I think I made the sun mad at me, and cause my area goes through a 90 to 100-degree month long summer. Get on Arizona's level, they reach 120. I wish I was lying. Arizona decides to get like directly bent because of how hot it gets. Sorry, Joshy, for the argument. I hope we are still friends in the comment section of streams. But hey, this is my canon though, so no argue with that. So sure, if you guys think the sun's alive, I won't bother because you guys have your own canons. Oh, we're still friends. It's just an argument, to be honest. But I'll say it's a friendly chat. It's like one guy going, I believe brown cows give chocolate milk, and the other one going, no, it's white milk, normal milk. And it just being a small argument. One person may be wrong, one person may be right. Never know. What about the Daybreak SCP 001? There's a story going that the sun is mad and evil. I have a question I still have. Does it clap when it walks? It's a hilarious thing. It's still not alive. I think is a vent. The sun claps while it walks. That's news to me. Shh, hello. Holy shit! 30-minute video took us 2 hours to finish. I know. It's because I like talking. I'm sorry. I like to talk. Oh, sorry, Joshy, for spoiling things. And it's nice we're still community friends. I know, right? Hallelujah, 2 hours for one video, new record. I'm blaming Bro Guy to be honest, no offense, but this argument made me so laugh. Now the SCP Deer video by Dawn and smile. No, Bro Guy made everything better, from Greeks, Romans, France to bread Jesus, and then Sons Alive. Unfortunately, it takes 2 hours to react to one video, right? And it's only 18 minutes long, right? Let me find the other one. I know I moved it. Where did I move it to? The Dawn one.
I needed to consult the classics. The Art of War. Very unbiased source here, but I think I can safely say this is the greatest thing ever made. This will be on sale.
So, I guess Technoblade's image is still being used to make money, I guess. I really hope it's his father and not somebody else. 18 minutes? What the fuck? Yeah, it was only 18 minutes. It took us 2 hours. Did it actually? Hold on. Holy fuck, it did take 2 hours. It took 2 hours to get through an 18-minute video because I like to pause and actually talk about stuff. Also to read chat. That way y'all know that I'm actually paying attention to you, unlike other YouTubers who simply view their people in their chat as extra. No, y'all are actually part of this. However, whenever I go to edit the videos, this will simply be a 30-minute video. Because I'm just going to cut out us going on long tangents. We've wasted our time, bro, at the same time, entertainment. Exactly. It's entertainment with all the talking and everything. We will be done with playlists in 50 years at this point. I would rather get my balls castrated than mess out on a 2-hour talk with Killer reacting to 18 minutes. You know what? That's getting pinned. There you go, Jaggy. You're now the new motto for this entire channel. I would rather get my balls castrated than miss out on a 2-hour talk. Oh, I'm going to make that onto like a t-shirt or something. I swear to God. Y'all better hope I never get a chance to make merch. It will be the most random of nonsense that's ever said. Oh, what does that shirt say? I would rather get my balls castrated and miss out on a 2-hour talk with Killer reacting to 18-minute video. Oh, that's hilarious. It's the simple things that make me laugh. Alright, and it probably will take like 50 years, I'll be honest. So this is Deer from Saturn by Don Gandonza. I really hope I'm saying his name right. SCP-2845 animation. 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Saturn! July 27th, 2011. SCP-179 raises her hand and points towards Saturn. Which is obviously her warning. She's warning about it.
Je vois des bois dans l'obscurité.
I see antlers in the dark. I don't know why he has her talking. I thought she would have quit talking to, just simply giving a warning.
Le cerf descendra bientôt.
The deer will
Préparez-vous.
descend soon. Prepare.
Warning, warning, warning. At 9:14 Coordinated Universal Time, a fragment from Comet C 2011 W3 was confirmed to have broken away, traveling at approximately 540 kilometers per second and expected to collide with Earth within 24 hours. All deflection attempts have failed. The fragment is projected to impact the Pacific Ocean and is expected to generate a major tsunami.
Okay, so actually seeing of where it hit on the map, it lands here, right? I was thinking it landed like somewhere out here, probably closer to Japan, and got the uh look that it did from the Japanese deer, and then made its way to America. But no, it landed like right off the shore of California.
Immediate evacuations are underway for designated Pacific coastal areas. If you are in an evacuation zone, move inland or to higher ground immediately. Follow instructions from local authorities. Do not delay. This is not a drill. Further information will follow.
Oh, we're getting first person like.
No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
Wait,
Dude,
this
have you
looks.
seen what I see right now?
Whoa, that looks cool. Okay, I'm about to take us back because I seen this, right? I was like, okay, it looks like we're almost in like 2000-esque territory. Because in 2000, we have that image, right, that shows up. I was thinking that was it. I thought this was where the image took place in 2000. But no, that's the deer.
Dude, have you seen what I see right now?
Look at that. Whoa! Put it in reverse! Thank you! Oh, you're dead. It got turned into a column. This is it surviving the bombardment. Did it just... This is them bombarding it. That was a carpet bomb. So, if you look, that's an airplane that looks like the flying Dorito. And it drops so many bombs. So it's doing like a carpet. Sun used back during Vietnam. Jesus. They're just all
The extraterrestrial entity continues to move through the state of California, causing widespread panic and the collapse of emergency response efforts in several affected areas. Evacuation orders have been expanded and military units remain on high alert. Many
Jesus.
state and federal agencies are still overwhelmed following the massive tsunami that struck the Pacific coast earlier this week, leaving critical infrastructure damaged and limiting coordinated response efforts. According to officials and eyewitness accounts, the entity appears capable of what they call matter alteration.
Yep.
Multiple sources report that individuals who come close with the entity are being transformed to pillar-like structures. Authorities have not confirmed whether these individuals are alive following the transformation and describe the phenomenon only as non-conventional and not currently understood. In an emergency address to the United Nations General Assembly earlier today, President Barack Obama described the event as
It took me way too long to remember who was president at this time. Is Barack Obama? We have Barack Obama and SCP.
the greatest tragedy and the greatest attack not only against the United States, but against humanity itself. UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon echoed those remarks, stating that the international community will not stand idle in the face of an existential threat. He pledged that all available measures would be taken to eliminate the extraterrestrial entity, adding that the United Nations stands ready to defend humanity by any means necessary.
After 20 days of heavy bombardment by the SCP Foundation, the Global Occultation Coalition, and Pentagram, the deer carved its way through the Sierra Nevada mountains before arriving at its pre-designated containment zone. It must have been heading to a specific spot. It had to. The SCP Foundation manipulated the deer's psychology through repeated symbolic actions. The deer was led to believe that it was bound by a series of rituals performed every 378 days. February 19th, 2012. The deer later designed at designed or designated as SCP-2845 was declared contained.
The Global Occult Coalition position hasn't changed. We recommend immediate termination of the stag. Destroy it as soon as possible.
You know that's not an option. You don't remember how many times we tried during the war? All of our weapons, none of it held. We didn't win. We've all seen it. We only convinced it that we had.
Your convincing relies on rituals that include the consumption of an infant.
I'm aware. And I'm also aware your organization doesn't approve. But this stag is a god, Madam Alfine. Not a mild one. Not of this earth. We are not restraining it. We are misleading it into thinking it has been overpowered. That illusion is the seal.
You're holding humanity hostage to your own methodology, and you expect the world to accept that?
I expect the world to survive. Once a ritual of this kind is established, there can be no removals. Any revision breaks containment, and we'll start again from the beginning.
The coalition
Okay, they both make points here. She's saying that your containment has us eating kids and is extremely messed up when we could just kill it. He's saying we can't kill it. It's a literal god. Killing a god would have awful effects, and we can't get rid of anything that we do in the ritual because any changing of it, the deer would realize, hey, they performed it wrong. I'm free, and they would have to start all the way over. So they both make a point. It's just they both are fighting each other when trying to find a common answer.
cannot endorse a system that depends on atrocity.
Endorsement is irrelevant. Effectiveness is not. The symbols were divined as the best course of action. Whether you or I find them acceptable does not change what the stack responds to. Right now, containment is the only thing keeping it from remembering what it is.
And when it remembers, when containment fails,
we all answer for it. And we'll both wish we'd argued less and prepared more. But if you interfere now, you won't be answering after. There won't be an after.
The coalition will be watching you very closely.
Yep. Deer from Saturn. Voiced by Taylor Shaw and Eve. They did pretty good work, voice acting.
Zaxby's giant wraps. Chicken.
Yeah! I tell you what, I like that. The deer is a bit of a messed up story, but it's decent. Alright, everybody can start talking now again. I don't know why, but everybody just quit talking after. Wait. Why? Hold on a second. Why did all my wait, why did the chat stop? Hold on. I need to re-chat. I legitimately, the very last message I got was this one. I didn't see any other messages after this. Hold on. Then let's stop adding. To be fair, it's more of our fault than lengthening the chat. You and me, hello. Word, I'm buying. Okay, I will not add anything because I already, every SCP I now know about into the playlist I know of. No, y'all can keep adding to the playlist. Y'all can still add into the playlist. Do what? Watch it turn into 3H and 21M. Is Saturn taken? What do you think? Maybe SCP-2399 says also hello in these videos. Say Killer Bear, she still warns the SCP Foundation no hard feelings between them. I doubt that. I think they still have some issues. She just wants, but she will not talk anymore. Yeah, she'll warn, but she probably won't talk. That's where the Ring of Fire is at. Warns. She just warns Killer Bear, she just don't talk. Yeah, that's what I mean. I believe SCP-179 trusts the SCP Foundation more that the GOC, at least my theory. The 6-minute video will for sure be a 3-hour video. No, we got done with that pretty quickly because the chat just didn't load any of the messages. I don't know why. I don't know why it was like that. Which I think, let me make sure all of these are showing up. Where is it? Here we are. You mean SCP-2000 located under Yellowstone Park? Yes, that's what I was talking about. SCP-2000 located underneath Yellowstone Park. That's what it reminded me of. It's tall, holy. No, I think it's in F-14, and don't argue with me on that. I play War Thunder. I don't know if it was an F-14. All right, I can see why you would say that, but I feel like they would have done. They were that high up, they probably would have done F-35. But this was 2011, so you might have me on the F-14. I don't know what was used back then. Hopefully no balls and babies are in the video. I really hope not. Damn, Obama. Obama's an SCP now. Oh great, SCP-3000 has field day with these ones because of all the people it has to eat to create amnestics to cover this mess up. Yeah, President Bomb Crack Obama. I think God Emperor Ronald Reagan would have made a better speech for the deer crisis. I don't know about that, I'll be honest. Bro, I'm telling you, the deer wants the kiss from Saturn. Is hunting Saturn down for that kiss? Just imagine that. Deer wakes up, just, where's that kiss, pretty boy? It's just chasing down an entire planet. That's funny. No, the deer just wants to give the Statue of Liberty a French kiss because the statue is made from France. If it's the same as the mythology, the killing of Olympians is impossible. You need to be creative with how you defeat them. Oh, much better. The deer wants to kiss Liberty because she came from France. It's always the French. Then the video for Mr. Illustrated SCP 2845 Deer versus Scarlet King is just so good, believe me, Killer Bear. Saturn has Zaxby's? I wish. Zaxby's sounds so good right now. Yo, doing talks. Time for 3125. Typing on keyboard, then hitting enter. Types again for good measure. 3125 is one of my top favorite SCPs. That's why the deer is America because of liberty, because of France. It's always the French. I'm tired sick of the French. Alright, let me try and fix my phone real quick to try and make sure that y'all's chat's showing up on it. In case you are wondering, I have it here. That way I don't have my second monitor up, killing power and all. So, all messages. If y'all want to talk, I'll make sure they're all coming through. Maybe Deer versus Scarlet King because it's a short video. Actually, I gotta remove these real quick. Remove. Where's the other one? Alright, where's the second deer video? Control G. There it is. Deer from Saturn. There we are. Got rid of that one. Woohoo! Finally got 1,000 episodes. What? Okay. No, it's only at 670. Jesus Christ. Hello. Hey, Jaggy. And then 3125 XP. 1,000 XP. I really wanted someone from that video to say, oh dear. That would be hilarious. Oh, I thought we had 1,000 episodes in the playlist, Joshy. So did I! I was like, 1,000? You're kidding me. Please tell me you're lying. 1,000 episodes would be insane. Hi, welcome to the 1,000 video playlist. The second this passes me in subs is going to be sad. Alright? We're only at 670 in it. Oh god. Oh bear. I already see the 6-7s. Look at my purple crown. Oh, you're talking about the purple crown, yeah. Jesus Christ, you are at 1,000. Joshy, I'll admit, this is the first time I've ever seen somebody have that high of XP. You're at 1,000. Shahab is second with 675. Bro Guy's at 575. Hello's at 300. Jaggy's at 225. Bold's at 200. Not first, 175. I tell you what, it's pretty interesting. What did I hear? You're quitting after this? You're quitting after 1,000? Wow. What? No. I said it'd be crazy. 1,000 would be insane. Also, I did want to mention, thank y'all all for 683 subs. We're 17 away from 700. I think if we can reach that pretty soon, it'll be pretty fun. I think to celebrate 700, we're going to do a Q&A. We're going to do a Q&A. I'll post on all my socials. So the Twitter, probably do something on the website, make it where y'all can ask questions as well. Post a video saying, hey, give me every question you have. And we'll probably answer them on a live stream. Which the website, I should also say, the website's been updated, ladies and gentlemen. How am I that high? Hello definitely chatted more than me. I don't know. It's already more than your subs. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's still got 13 before it reaches past my sub count. I'm fighting the videos, I feel like. Oh, wait. Did we just get a sub? See? We got 684. Somebody just subscribed. See? So this right here is a legitimate live subscriber count. So if somebody subscribes, it goes up. It goes down. Maybe somebody unsubbed. So it's pretty cool. We got some brand new games that have been added. I'm still adding some more, so... And then, up here, we have a collab section. We have some of the people I've done videos with. So, we got Jaggy, we got Mimic, Flower Boy, and Super. Hey! I knew we just got somebody new. How you doing, Rav? Alright, how do you want me to pronounce your name? I have to know. Rav Deep, or do you want to just be called Deep? How do you want me to say your name? Please tell me. Is RA more than your subscribers? Yes, Q&A soon. Yeah, so it'll be a Q&A to where y'all can ask like any question, and I'll try to answer as many as I can in like a 6-hour live stream, while also doing some other stuff, keep everybody interested. No one quits not before 50 years of content. Yeah. Jollibee mentioned. Exactly. I actually need to add the second one on. Oh, wait, I already did. So, yeah, I need to add a couple other games on here, such as Flower Boy Funhouse. It'll be right here. I need to also add in... What was the other games? I needed to add in Five Nights at Frick Bears. I know that. And I also need to do the Fazbear Storage if I didn't already. Yeah, I need to add Fazbear Storage. It was a very fun game to play. And then I need to start playing some of these other games, I feel like. I really enjoyed playing them. I think Playtime with Percy might be next. Uh, hey, we have a new guy. Jump him. No! Quit jumping, people! Hello, who is the biggest enemy of Killer Bear? Probably me. Hello. My real identity is SCP-682, and I'm doing these long playlists to fight my mortal enemy. I would not be surprised. I just realized I'm Jigasus. Keep it, though. Wait, hold on. Did I misspell your name? I did. I misspelled your name. Alright. I'm going to fix that. I meant, I think I was spelling it like how somebody spells Pegasus. I didn't realize until you just brought it up. And what's bad was I showed you this before this live stream. I showed you on a Discord call. I didn't realize I misspelled it. Post shift? Yeah, so post shift is one I want to do. Where is it? I want to do post shift. I have Taylor Land. I have the Five Nights at Candy's games I want to finish. Playtime at Percy's. Five Nights at Chuck E. Cheese. The Glitch Attraction. The Five Nights at Fuck Boys, which I think is going to be hilarious. That's going to end up being one where, Jaggy, I might need you to join a Discord call. And all the boys get together and we play it and have fun. That'll be fun. We got some other stuff too, so it'll be fun. I heard that was hard. It is. I've seen videos on it, so I kind of spoiled it for myself. The game itself gives you like a wall of text, and you have to read it in a short amount of time. Can't wait till he finds out the color red isn't. What? The color red. Rojo. Red. You're saying that is an SCP. The color red. Why? Why is the color red an SCP? Am I... You're... I'll be honest. I clicked the wrong thing. That was on me. I meant to click the other one. Like red or red? Oh. Nah, I ain't in the stream. I accidentally misclicked, I'll be honest. There's no way red is a actual SCP. You're lying. Wait, what number was it? 6996? Yeah, 6996. Like in the concept of red. This is it. Does the red moon howl? Oh my god, you weren't lying. Hold on. Alright. Even Joshy's saying you're shitting me. Alright? So this is why I'm going to read it. Because even Joshy is concerned about this. Alright? We're about to do this. Item number 6996. Level 5 top secret. Containment class. Keter. Disruption class. Amida. Risk class critical. 5 out of 5. SCP-6996. The color red Special containment procedures. All objects in the SCP database are to be monitored for existing or future connections to SCP-96 or 6996. Of particular interest are correlations to an increase in anomalous intensity. All identified objects are to be classified according to the SCP-96, why do I keep saying this? SCP-6996 taxonomy, and monitored for potential developments. There are currently no known method of limiting SCP-6996 influence. Research into establishing said methods is of the highest priority. Misinformation campaigns are to discredit any civilian research relating to SCP-6996 emotional effect, disintegrating it as pseudoscience. Description: SCP-6996 is the color red. A color from the spectrum of visible light. SCP-6996 and its various shades have an approximate wavelength of between 625 and 700 nanometers, and an approximate frequency of 400 to 480 terahertz. SCP-6996 displays an ability to elicit anomalous strong emotion reactions from those who observe it. When controlling for social conditioning and endocinatic factors, Foundation laboratory testing has shown that exposure to SCP-6996 can result in significantly high levels of anger, aggression, libido, anxiousness, or arrogance. In addition to this, routine statistical analysis of the Foundation database reveals SCP-6996 is significantly associated with a disproportionately large percentage of anomalies. Whilst no link between the majority of these anomalies have been discovered, the Jesus Christ, over-representation of SCP-6996 is statistically improbable. A selection of these objects demonstrate a correlation between their anomalous traits and SCP-6996. SCP-6996 relates anomalies have been categorized into a taxonomy comprised of three thematic elements: violence, blood, and power. An example of anomalies linked to 6996 includes wait, hold on. I mean, Star Wars is also an SCP, so surprised there's three moon organizations as fighting Darth Vader and taking over the Death Star. 6996, nice. Yep. W stream. So wait, the color is an SCP. The fuck? There's a Banana Godzilla. Why wouldn't red be an SCP? I don't know. It didn't make sense for red to be an SCP, alright? Wait, like, the Black Moon howls. I do not know the red SCP color SCP. Does this correlate to the Does the Black Moon Howl canon? Wait, Joshy, did you notice not say I like the Romans because they are red? Oh my god, has the red color SCP infected me? My Howl lives. Oh my god. I don't know, even I didn't read this one. Oh my god, you're right. Me too, Chav. I didn't read this too. Is this perhaps satire? Or something like a joke? I'm bewildered by this SCP. I am new, bro. What is this? Hey, welcome. So this is SCP reading. Right now I was told that the color red is a dangerous SCP, and I did not think that they were truthful. Apparently they were being truthful. SCP reading slash reacting. Joshy, help. The red SCP is taking me over to color red for sure become an SCP because the French did their revolution, which caused a lot of red blood being spilled. So the French created a red SCP. Okay, so I think I understand why this was made. What is SCP? So I'll try my best to explain it to you what SCP is. SCP is a kind of like a alternate reality, where there are creatures or objects such as like this can, and it will have a certain property to it that is not human and is not natural. For example, this can may constantly refill itself, and if it refills itself, it will overflow and could drown someone, if that makes sense. SCP has a bunch of these, over like 10,000, right? So there's a organization called the SCP Foundation. SCP Foundation is supposed to find the anomalous things and contain it and find ways to make sure that its properties doesn't hurt people. Within SCP, there are different organizations, is an entire universe in itself. There's different people, thousands of creatures that have been uh, ended, killed. There have been tales of the world ending, of people getting replaced. There's joke SCPs. There are, it's an entire community, right? Have a playlist, if you're interested. I have a playlist called Understanding the SCPs. This right here, it's out of order from when I've done all the reactions. Because I put them in numeric order. So this one is 956, 956, 999, 1013, 2000, 3000. So they go in order, but this entire thing is going over a universe where there are anomalous creatures that want to either help or hurt humanity, and humanity tries to contain them, basically. One of the most known SCPs is probably this one. It's probably the peanut. Uh, so if you want one to kind of start with, I would suggest the peanut, or if you wanted to start with a lot of the good and really happy stuff, I would start with, what's a good one to start with? I would do this one, 7819. This one right here, even though I say it's pure nightmare fuel, it was actually a really interesting one to listen to. But if you want one where you're not hearing a annoying ass ring through the entire video, I would watch. What's a good one to watch, y'all? 096. Yeah, 096 is a good one to start with. Or if you want to do 999 right here, I don't think that annoying ring is there. I don't remember when I fixed it. All I know was I switched what I recorded with to try and get rid of it. So there shouldn't be a ring in some of these videos. I upgraded the quality of my stuff. Or if you want to react to something just without my annoying self kind of talking about it, I have the React to This Dummy playlist, which has a bunch of SCP stuff. It has FNAF stuff in it. It's got everything. Even has some Minecraft anomalies if you'd like to get into it. Let me see here. Just shoving your throat with amnestics. Why, Joshy, are the French taking over the Philippines? Hello? Oh, hell no, I'm moving to Thailand, hiding if this true. Ronald Reagan, God Emperor, is an SCP, and Bread Jesus is an SCP. Oh, someone needs to guide bro into the rabbit hole. Yeah, if somebody can tell, uh, Abe, I'm going to say Abe just for right now until I actually learn how to say your name. If you would like to tell me how to say your name, please do. It'll help. Somebody please tell Abe, good SCPs to kind of get into. Um, Bro, I'm from India? India? Oh, you were you I know I sounded really dumb there. So if I go here to audience, I'm pulling the wool back, alright? I'm about to show y'all something. So if I go to here, right? I'm about to show y'all something really cool. When it goes to like the most stuff, right, of my content, the United States is number one with 41%, right? Indonesia, 4.8. Mexico, 3.5. Philippines, 2.9. Austria, 2.5. Vietnam, 2.1. And India is at zero point 0.6. So I'm actually really happy to know that I have somebody from India watching because I don't know what it is, but I got into this cooking show that went to like India and a lot of the different countries and was like trying to explore a lot of the cooking of India. And I can't remember what the Indian food is. It's like some type of rice dish that seemed really good. I can't remember to save my life though. It was like they had like chicken on it. God, I can't think of it. I don't want to say it was like a bowl. It was like the rice, but it was like a little bit crispy at the bottom, and then there was like some chicken on it and some veggies, and yeah, it was real good looking. Anyway, I'm getting off track. And we learned an hour ago about a deer SCP which can only be captured by cutting man's balls off. Shh, you're going to scare him, hello. Hello, don't scare him. I would suggest 096 by Mr. Illustrated. It's good, but disturbing. 096 is good. I would start with some of the more animated ones, if that makes sense. But 096 is good to start with. SCP-682 is also a good video of yours. Yeah. Someone knew something about SCP and asked me which SCP they should check out. I would say 096 probably. I would say 096 or what is another one? I would say the God, what was that one that I did? Did I not put it into the playlist? I would say 179's a good one as well because it's not really bad. It's kind of showing some of the good effects. Another good one I would say would be the some of the safe ones, such as the teddy bear we reacted to. I feel like the teddy bear should be one that he watches first. Especially if he's not really into a lot of the disturbing stuff. The teddy bear that tries healing people is a really good one. Uh, Welcome to the fun community. One question: do you like Romans or Greek more? Just curious. Hello, we're not trying to start up that argument again. Hello, can you recommend 4840 after Mr. Illustrated Deer versus Scarlet King? He should watch the Volgun introduction to explain to him everything about the community. Yeah, Volgun's a really good one. Volgun will show not only the images, but will explain in good detail and also has some of the clear voice. Or anyone, please, I'm begging y'all. Farid, I suggest 4205. Where are you from? I'm from the United States. I am from the good old US of A. Before it went to shit. But no, I'm American. I'm technically Southern. So I'm part of the states that gets looked down upon and gets called the idiots. I'll gladly do it for you, Joshy. Guys, give something simple to get his grass first. Yeah, that's why I say the bear. The bear is simple to understand. Not 1048. I'm talking about the helpful bear. I don't remember what it was. I think he should react to the Volgun introduction. but not Build-A-Bear. That takes years from your life. Yes, don't do Build-A-Bear. Do Patch Bear. What was his number? This is it. 22.95. The bear with a heart of patchwork. This is the one I suggest is everybody's like entrance. This one is it doesn't take much to understand. It will get you an understanding of the good and then react to something else other than 1048. 1048 is the one you stay away from. Okay, good night, bro. Thank you for stopping by, Deep. I genuinely mean that. I hope you can catch another live stream. All right? You're in India, you said? I don't know what our time difference is, but I hope you have a good night. I hope you make another stream, my good friend. You're always welcome. This is a community that accepts everyone. All right, we need to. I'm still reading this. Hold on. Taxonomy, violence. SCP objects. SCP-093. Use of the anomaly leads to a society decimated by violence anomalous activity. In addition to the object's red coloring, generating a red glow and traversing through a mirror leads the subjects to the anomalous source. SCP-939. Upon initial discovery, the entity's skin was translucent and colorless, with the behavior far more docile than detailed in current documentation. Audio intimidation was limited to ambient noises and animal sounds, with claws and teeth size significantly reduced from present measurements. After several months in containment, SCP-939 instances were found to have developed their current physiology, the ability to imitate human speech, and their skin had taken on a shade of SCP-6996. These changes occurred concurrently in uncontained entities. Jesus. Good night. Do not let the deer pry balls. Night. God damn it. Night, Newt. Hello, everyone. I'm from the future. It's currently Friday here. What's happening here? I'm a day from the future. Wait, all red SCPs are connected with these ones. Holy hell. Oh, for nice SCPs, I recommend SCP-6001. I think it's the most optimistic SCP there is, to the point that there are people saying that doesn't fit this universe. I'm adding it to the playlist now. No, you're wrong. I am from one of the past. One day. Which future? The future where their GOC has taken over the world. These will be very dark times. So, oh, I know another one that he could react to. 3001. And I know what you're saying. 3001 might seem like a bad idea. However, 3001 is a tale that is not finished, and I have made the idea that they could actually save him. So 3001 I think would be a good one. Then again, SCP is definitely SCP-3001 Red Reality is also connected to the color red. Yeah, it would be Power. I want to say it's Power. SCP-2851, the most effective shade of SCP-6996 to distract the anomaly was initially a light pink or coral color. As time has progressed, the effectiveness of lighter shades has declined and the effectiveness of darker shades has increased. This progression correlates to an increase in the violent nature of SCP-2851-1's encouragement. What was this one? Ah, Red. Alright, I love how KB is so patient about reading our bullshit conversation that's irrelevant to anything. Amday did Killer Bear Dr. Sanchin becomes SCP-106 the old man after he left SCP-3000. There's a tale about it. I doubt that. There's a reason I will not accept that answer, Hello. Are you ready for it? I have it in my head that is not Dr. Sanchin. I believe that is a soldier from 186 that probably had the cloak that was mentioned in the factory. I think it was the factory that was used on him to allow him to do it. What is the evilest shade of red? I don't trust pink. I don't trust scarlet, I'll be honest. Blood. SCP-012, whilst performing on Mountain Galathi, invariably results in a audibly disagreeable cacophony. Individuals affected by Jesus Christ, what are these words? Chromestia reports a much different experience. Performance results in the sensitization Syntax listener experiencing a visualization of complex non-Euclidic patterns in various shades of SCP-6996. In contrary to most testing, these subjects have found listening to the musical piece a pleasurable experience. Subjects commonly compliment its complexity and beauty. Frequent exposure results in the development of deutopia blindness, Jesus, and closed-eye hallucinations reminiscent of the visualizations experienced whilst listening to the piece. Jesus Christ. React time break over, KB. We're reading. Hold on. SCP-5664. To date, SCP-5664 has been responsible for the loss of blank Foundation sites and blank employees. It's only in the threes, I think. Staff are reminded that bloodletting is in no way officially sanctioned and all messages received from lost sites should be disregarded. Jesus. Incident KG 14-1. All efforts to clean the mosaic of blood have been unsuccessful. Despite remaining obscured by blood, the mosaic has begun to demonstrate mimetic properties once more. Power. SCP-963, the oval cut ruby positioned in the center of SCP-963 has turned a more intense shade of SCP-6996 with each new post. Isn't this the ruby that was on Blight or Sean? Yeah, it was. I knew that one. SCP-4342. Before proper containment was established, SCP-4342's mimetic effects increased greatly upon turning a shade of SCP-6996. Various connections between SCP-6996 and the entity known as the Scarlet King are currently under investigation. Entities have been linked to a variety of anomalous objects, including SCP-231, 231-7, 3838. And of course, we know 2317 is the Destroyer. After SCP-2000 was activated, it was now WW again, and Scranton left a SCP-3001 world was found by French scientists, and with anomalous weapons, Scranton was fused to a soldier, and that's how SCP-106 was created. That's at least. 963 is still in that one. I'm guessing. I don't know if they missed it or not. How? I understood it was the Tale of the Exploring series explained. Oh my fudge with the French. Initial investigation into SCP-6996 uncovered a large number of references in various thematical and religious texts. The significance of this has yet to be established. A treatise on the natural energies and their channelings, written by Margaret Spencer, Circa 1510. This is the first recorded mention of the text in contemporary records, yet no publication records exist. Investigations are ongoing into a potential connection to Margaret the Magnificent, a figure mentioned in the Wanderer's Library folklore. Question 12. Of all energies, which bestows the greatest gift upon the user? Reader, your mind likely wanders to contemplate the prime four elements. When considering the connate powers of the prime four elements, the unbridled strength and destructive potential of the fire cannot be understated. One must exercise the utmost care in its handling, but properly controlled, the element can be manipulated to devastating means. The fire gives utility in addition: a blazing light to guide thy way, heat to warm thy body, cook thy subsistence, or purify thy wounds. The fire possesses both destructive and protective peculiarities. We know of a witch in Augsburg, who, through proficiency of fire, did survive when bound to a pyre and set alight. Her mastery was such that of those in attendance did stand back in awe, and later did inquire onto our way due to the demonstration of power. Alas, her proficiencies was not strong enough to melt the papal's sword, which swiftly fell upon her neck. Objection: here it is noted that limiting our discussion to the prime four elements precludes the natural power innate to all beings. I speak of the four humours which runneth in our bodies, whilst all are elements to our health, it be sanguine, through which life itself is begot. The blood does carry the soul itself, if one is still in possession of it, and embalms the most venerated of our innards, the heart. Sanguine, I don't know how to pronounce these words, I'm mispronouncing, I'm sorry. Sanguine is prime at the adolescence of life, where one is most full of vigor and potency. Practitioners of the sanguine arts are often known to induce copulation amongst lovers unable to sanctify their relationship. Through the use of direct remedy or a succubus or incubus as intermediary, they handle the very energy of life itself, and all childs begotten begotten through such rituals are gifted a natural affinity for the magical arts themselves. Those practitioners are often imbued with a rosary hue in the cheeks as the magic surfaces the blood. Oh, as the magic saturates the blood. Solution. Therefore, we make the following proposition. We uncover the shared grounds between the fire and the sanguine. The red. The red is the color of sanguine passion and the color of the humor itself. The red is the color of the fire's flame and fury. As we discussed in the prior question, all magic is based on a negotiation. It gives with one hand whilst it takes with the other. Yet the red is an energy, so innate and eternal to us that offers freely, not through bargain. The mastery of such an ancient and elusive art is not easy to accomplish, but shall hear me? I really hope so, because my headset just died. Let me check. Yeah, I'm good. Where was I? Energy so innate and eternal to us that offers freely, not through bargaining. The mastery of such an ancient and elusive art is not easy to accomplish, but shall always be available for those who wish to seek it. For the red was present at the beginning, and the red shall be present at the end. Book of Genesis, Genesis 2:5-7. All the winds, all the wild shrubs did not yet exist on the earth, and all the wild plants had not yet sprouted. This was because God had not brought rain on the earth, and there was no man to work the ground. A mist rose up from the earth, and watered the it watered the entire surface of the ground. God formed man out of dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils a breath of life. Man thus became a living creature. Note, in Hebrew, the name Adam is derived from blood. Words derived from include meaning ground and red, which links all aforementioned words in the above extract. Adam, red man, is formed from dust of the ground, red ground. I believe red ground could also be mention of Jupiter, taken from P526 of SCP 140, which is the Davites book. Page 570 through 895 are written in human blood. From the red blood we come, to the red blood we go. It is the spirit creator, builder's plan dominance. We beseech ourselves to march with the fire red wrath in our soul heart. We deliver to the Deva glory, victory. Investigations are ongoing. By order of the Overseer Council, the following information is level 5. Unauthorized access is forbidden. There's more. Oh, God. I did not think it went this in depth. Uh, hey, chat. Do we still want to keep reading this? Can we stop, please, KB? Sometimes you sit so still it makes me think the stream is lagging. I'm sorry. With the French, me too. I think Red France Romans also had the Gaul French in their empire. Greeks, the world balls and babies burned as all cooking or brain. And sorry, Josh, I'll stop now. Sorry for the brain melting, everyone. No, can we stop? Please stop now. All right. I'm going to make a video on this one. I'm going to take the parts of me reading all of this and turn it into a different thing. Wait a second. Yeah, so I'm going to read the rest of this. Hang on. A collapsible inside another collapsible? I was looking for a code like this for a long time. Well, here you go. Now you have it. I'm glad I could help you find what you're looking for. Hold on. Have to stretch. Gotta make sure all the bones and all just grind and pop and make me wish I was dead. Let's watch the Scarlet King versus Deer fight. So it's a French kid. I don't think Hello's gonna stop talking about it. Hey, thank you everybody. We're up to 685. We are 15 away now from the big Q&A. I think that is going to be awesome. Let me find the thing right now. Where is the Scar? There's the Scarlet King, not the right video. Let me find the deer verses. I need to finish that. Gonna move it up right now. Y'all may not like that I did that, but I'll be honest, wanted to finish it, so I moved it up. I'm singing so high right now because I'm waiting for this to load. There we are. Ah. All right, let me drink this real quick because my voice is hurting. Ah. Come on, Eileen. Come on, Eileen. I'll show what I mean. That song's so good. I can't remember the actual lyrics though off the top of my head. What's bad though is I can remember like rhythms and like cadences. I just can't remember the lyrics. Yeah, and my 4840 video. I've been patiently waiting here for it. I'm sorry. But when someone looks at you and goes, "Do you know the color red's an SCP?" You want to call BS on them. So bad. You went past it? Yeah, I found it. Come on, Eileen. You started the French thing, Killer Bear, and you are right. All SCPs are French related. Oh, Hollywood Shirley, the deer wants ducats. Now I get why France is overheated now. You want to know what's bad? I'm actually learning French. I'm waiting for my Duolingo to pop up off my phone just to be like, hey, are you doing your lesson today? And I'll be like, yes, I am. Alright, this is Mr. Illustrated, The Scarlet King versus SCP-2845, The Deer. 1547, going to take 5 hours to react to it.
It was 4:31 p.m. on the West Coast when it happened. In LA, the freeways were absolutely jammed with cars, each one filled with anger and hate and boredom.
I'm going to be completely honest. Thank you, Mr. Illustrated, for actually reading the text that you throw up. I was getting so ready for you not to read it and me have to keep pausing to read what you say. Thank you. Who is making bro learn French? I'm learning it for the jokes. I'm learning it for the jokes, I'll be honest. I've always wanted to learn another language, so now I'm learning French.
Agent Cooper was inside one of those cars when the world ended. He'd always assumed the end would be some grand event. After all, in his time at the SCP Foundation, he'd seen so many dangerous anomalies that it seemed like it would be impossible to avoid. Some of them could end all life on Earth in an instant. So Agent Cooper was very surprised when the gong sounded, and the end of the world started slowly. The ground shook beneath him.
Why does it say a gong? I'm trying to think of what religion would use a gong to signal the end of the world. I know in Christian mythology, it's the sound of the trumpets. The sounds of the trumpets are what signals the begin of Revelations. So that's what's confusing me. SCP-049 is teaching French because SCP-179 stopped talking to Killer Bear after SCP Foundation wanted him in his song. Last reaction recommendation is 4840. Man, I wish I could have recommended you that first. Don't worry, we're going to speedrun this one and just get to it.
At first, he wasn't worried. California has earthquakes all the time. But what had started as a low rumble gained in power and loudness.
Chaos time!
Soon it was impossible to hear the honking horns around him, and in the distance, he saw the horns of one of the entities he feared the most rising from the earth. Above him, the stars, which had only just started sparkling as the sun went down, began to blink out one by one. They would not come back. The face of the entity came into view. As tall as a skyscraper, it loomed over him. He felt his sense of self beginning to slip away. The Scarlet King had broken his chains. Nothing could stop it now. Chaos reigned on Earth. Agent Cooper, veteran employee of the SCP Foundation, reached into his glove compartment, grabbed the Beretta he always kept there, and quickly tendered his resignation.
Oh! Oh! I caught on way too quick to why he grabbed that. So, in case anybody is wondering what tendered his resignation means, he became a very famous artist for a very quick time. I think the artist we could compare him to is Kurt Cobain. Jesus Christ.
SCP fans, call Aragorn and light the beacons because it's happening. I might just have the greatest piece of SCP media.
Hold on, wait, I want that. Mr. Illustrated, I'll fight you for my son right there, please. Give me my son. He's right there. I want my son.
Ever to show you an actual SCP comic book series, Parabooks, the absolute legends that made these bad boys, the SCP encyclopedias, a few years back. Well, they've now made SCP comics. Look at this. 5 SCP comics on the Old Man, the Coral SCP, the Plague Doctor, the Red Sea Object, and the Dimension Hopper. All in a beautiful magnetic box with bonus editions that contain enamel pins and sound chips. Sign up on their Kickstarter and they'll even throw in extra stretch goal rewards, and there are some insane looking deluxe editions with red foil finishes and special acrylic stands. I'm losing my mind, I'm losing my voice. You've got to get this. Follow the link in the description to get this beautiful set now and support Parabooks so that they can continue creating SCP projects for us. Just like these new comics. And of course the SCP encyclopedias.
You know what? I would actually love to get the encyclopedias, I'll be honest. Especially if like all the different colors or like the different classes. That would be cool.
On the far side of the Sierra Nevada mountain range, another being of great power was stirring. SCP-2845, the Deer, had been in containment for years now, and the rift caused by its public display of power was only just now being repaired. The entity had landed in the Pacific Ocean in late 2011 and rampaged across Central California for a month prior to containment.
If you're living with severe alopecia areata, it's time to...
It cut a path across the mountains, leaving behind a scar that still glowed with power.
The fact that Scarlet King showed up in California tells me that it was specifically hunting the deer. And I want my favorite SCP to be reacted one last time. Now these streams will be 36 hours long. Oh, I get it. Damn, he looks exactly how he sounds. He does. I'll be honest, he does. French art, maybe I mean all the kings during the French Revolution also brutally resigned from life. I swear because I have to go now, and after I'm gone and you're done with this video, then saying, I think this is it for today. Sorry, Josh, I'll react to it another time because holy shacks, I want you to react to it. Because it is related to 4840. I'm going to react to it.
The SCP Foundation had to work together to deal with this entity, and they'd succeeded admirably, all things considered. Over the last decade, the two organizations had become closer, but the Foundation still retained primary custody and control of SCP-2845's containment. The United States government and the GOC assisted where they could, but the Broken Veil had kept everyone quite busy. In the intervening years, government did what government does. They set up committees and oversight boards. The newly elected officials promised to rein in the threat from the stars. With the Broken Veil, the SCP Foundation had to pivot hard, and the Ethics Committee, the long-suffering black sheep of the SCP Foundation's hierarchy, found itself with even more power than it had before. Dr. Sumerian, newly approved head of the SCP-2845 project and Site-06 director, was one of the newest appointments that attempted to appease the politicians. They wouldn't ever be appeased, of course, but they were very flattered that the Foundation tried. Tonight, though, here on the eastern slopes of the Sierra Nevada, none of this mattered. The threat from the stars had so enraptured the talking heads and governments of the world that something worse and closer to home had festered. Tonight, that wound had broken open, and from it emerged the direst threat the world had ever faced.
The Scarlet King, the Chaos God.
GOC agent Lucille Merriweather stood at attention as Dr. Sumerian opened the door to his new office and invited her in. She looked around awkwardly at the bare-bones setting. The desk at the center of the room was impressive, but the bookshelves were empty, and the chair she was offered to sit in was a simple painted grey wooden one.
Apologies, I was just starting to move in,
Sumerian said with a grin.
Of course.
You should take a seat. This is gonna be a long meeting.
Yes, sir.
Sumerian shook his head.
Stop that. I don't need a soldier here. If we're gonna survive the night, we need to be a team.
Agent Merriweather relaxed.
I want to know why there's blood on him. It looks like he's got a concussion and one of his eyes is red. So I'm thinking he's got head trauma of some kind. So try to think of, because this isn't the one that shot himself. I have to watch you on my computer because I have no more energy on my phone. So do not wonder if I do not write anything. I got you. Dr. Samara leads the ethics committee of the SCP Foundation. Gotcha. 4812. Gotcha. 4812. I'm going to get to it, Joshy. Don't worry.
Slightly.
Sorry, sir. Habit.
Yeah. So, Scarlet King's out.
Fully out, yes, sir. Rose out of the ground in LA. We're looking at a few thousand dead from the emergence, and the city itself is going mad.
Sumerian leaned back in his own chair.
4 million or so people falling under the influence of a god of chaos and madness isn't exactly a good starting point.
That's just a tiny part.
And I understand the GOC is already engaging the entity in combat?
Yes, sir. The GOC has been authorized to begin heavy artillery bombardment and close air missions against the target. The U.S. government is still putting people and material on the ground, but they should be up and running within the hour.
What are the limits?
It's U.S. soil, so they get final say on the rules of engagement, but given the reports I'm getting, I think that by dawn tomorrow, LA is going to be a radioactive crater.
Yep, nuking.
That sounds like the GOC I know.
Yes, sir.
Look, we need to begin planning for the ultimate contingency. And we have no evidence that a nuclear attack will be sufficient to even slow this thing down.
Of course.
Agent Merriweather leaned forward.
But it'll be weakened a bit by having 4 million less followers.
She has a point. She has a point. You'd be getting rid of the followers, which are giving him power. However, the more followers he has, actually, the weaker he is. It's a standstill. I just love how the author draws his self-insert. I don't know if it has story behind it. Dr. Crimerian also have been in SCP-186 World War I survivor weapons. I think you should 4812 Killberry because he keeps blabbering me about his excitement for you to react to that SCP. Joshy, did you just wake up in Credibox to just get me to react to that one? Of course I want him to know the ancient lore. Hi, Credibox. Killer just watch SCP-4812. I thought we were watching this. I thought we were watching the Deer versus the Scarlet King. Alright, everybody's wanting 4812 now. Is it in the playlist, or do I need to go find it? Oh, wrong one. No, like past tense. You've already watched it. I would in a previous stream. Now it's SCP 4840. Wait, no. Finish this first. Wait, what? Have I done 4812? Yeah, I did 4812. We already reacted to it. 4812 was Wrath. And then 4840. Have I not reacted 4840? Bro, no offense, but your attention span is cooked. It's wait, hold on. You said cocked. Your attention span is cocked. I am. But finish the deer. Okay. Are you talking about this one before I do anything? The Exploring Series 1? Because it's right here. It's at number 6 right here. Now it's at number 1. It should be at number 1. Or not, it's at 6 still. Yes, that one. Okay.
I'd like to. But the Scarlet King is going to go looking for new followers, new power. And the nearest font of power is the scar just west of here.
Yes, sir, that's why I'm here. The Foundation Overseers Council, the GOC Security Council, and the House Anomalous Management Committee have all put forth the same plan to fight this thing. President Hanks has signed off on it as well.
Of course.
We expect with the loss of LA, the entity will turn north and emerge in San Francisco. It will then likely turn east to follow the scar across the Sierra Nevadas and find this compound.
Sumerian slumped in his seat.
We're gonna turn the deer loose, aren't we?
Those are my orders, sir. Yes.
If
oh my
you're listening to the cylinder, I am no longer in this world.
What? Wait a second.
I fear I've become a prisoner of this machine.
Whoa.
I've gone too far.
This looks cool. What is this game? Okay, anyway. Yes, that one KB. Okay. Oh fuck, I meant Cook and I meant Joshy, not Killer Bear. He's been bragging it in our server, in our Discord. Oh, in the Discord. Gotcha. Sorry, 4840, not 4812. Yeah, about to say 4812 we've already reacted to. Wow, no way an ad appeared like that. The video countdown to an ad. Yeah. That's interesting. It is.
A single button press in some complex deep within the Rocky Mountains was the final trigger for the next phase of the plan to save the world. A rocket ship ignited its engines and a low vibration echoed across the silo. The missile took flight, bright and silver, and flew into low Earth orbit before repositioning itself and diving headfirst towards Los Angeles. This bomb was codenamed the State Killer and had a yield of approximately 35 megatons. The code name was a bit dishonest. This bomb wasn't capable of destroying any but the smallest of states, but it was capable of killing every single person inside the LA city limits. And it almost did. There are many ways to survive a nuclear explosion. You can take cover or shelter and hope you're far enough away from the epicenter that it doesn't kill you anyway. But the most effective way is to not be where it goes off. The Scarlet King was a being of powerful energies, but there was no question that when the State Killer came calling, it wanted to be where the bomb wasn't.
Oh God! Oh my eyes! I'm sorry for everybody trying to sleep. We just got flashbanged. That's interesting. See, Josh, your video will be next. Gotta go. Incredibox, thank you for stopping by, my friend. Uh, I have to sleep. It's 3 in the morning. My eyes!
The 4 million or so possessed citizens in the surrounding city were not so lucky, nor were some of the deployed soldiers or agents of various paranormal organizations. The bomb exploded far above the surface of the city and expanded in a beautiful white-hot ball of energy. It killed everyone and everything except for its target.
Yep.
In the city of San Francisco, the earth rumbled and the hills of the city erupted. The Scarlet King emerged again. This time, it felt the draw of mystical energy to the east. Curious, it began to move slowly in that direction. Millions of enslaved citizens followed.
This is Kong versus Godzilla.
At Site 6, everything was in balance. And then it wasn't. The locks on reality that ritual had created were no longer engaged. The power that kept SCP-2845 here was no longer being exercised. Chaos reigned. Chaos in the West. The first thing the deer did was...
I know Incredibox gotta go to KB. Joshy, thank you for being here, my friend. Go get some rest, alright? I know I'm taking forever to get videos out of the lives, but please go get some rest. I am too sleepy because I studied at night, but I don't want to sleep now or else my sleep timer will be fucked. That makes sense. Unleash the expensive white. Jaggy, that's awful. I swear if you cut off somewhere in the video saying, it's too long, I'll be dead. Well, now I know what I'll do.
bonds. Site 6 was long since abandoned, so there were no casualties. But the next thing it did was feel the tug of chaos needing to be sorted. It raised its antlers to the sky. The stars had gone away. This wouldn't do. One by one, they began to return. The massive creature turned to the west, across the scar it had carved in the mountains, and galloped toward...
Before I go, love y'all, be safe. Joshy, my friend, please get some rest. I'm going to react to it, and you can watch the live later. Or you can wait till it becomes a video in like 9 years, I feel like, because I got 13 live streams I have to edit down. I'm being way too slow. Hope you have a good night.
San Francisco. The Joint Task Force began to set up barricades as they waited. People with guns and majors aplenty peppered this small background. Hundreds of tanks joined the ranks. The two gods were traveling towards each other at a constant speed. Calculations said that this is where they'd meet, so the hopes of the world would be settled here. The only way the world had a future is if the deal won, and then was recontained. There were a lot of ifs that needed to become definitive for the world to be saved, but the madness of the Scarlet King was already spreading throughout California. Only people properly shrouded from the influence of chaos were able to withstand the mental intrusion, and there was no guarantee that would last forever. The sun didn't rise. Or, I suppose it did, but instead of a sun there was just a hole in the sky, a blacker void than the surrounding space. The stars above blinked in and out of existence, sometimes exploding into brilliant light, only to be swallowed up again by the inky blackness of a night darker than any sin ever committed. If the supernovas were any indication, the universe was unraveling. Perhaps those mad followers of the Scarlet King were the only people capable of understanding the world as it was becoming. Perhaps not.
Yeah.
As the Scarlet King moved across the ground, the sky was torn asunder. As the deer moved similarly, a frozen silver metal corruption coated the land. The two entities were moving so quickly that when they locked horns, it seemed instantaneous.
God, again? Why are you blinding me? My eyes! Okay, so they're running at each other. and as soon as their horns meet, everyone just goes blind.
On impact, a resounding thud echoed across the Earth, the galaxy, the universe. The Joint Task Force was overcome with the force of the impact. It was clear from the moment that they encountered each other that both the Scarlet King and the deer existed far beyond the spatial dimensions that humans were capable of seeing. A moment passed. They tore into each other. Terrible energies bled out of the Scarlet King where the deer's horns wounded it, corrupting the ground below it. Reality was punctured, and holes to an infinite darkness materialized. A shard of serrated red matter scraped the back of the deer, and a bright silver light burned away the heavens. A new, glistening universe shined through the schism. It was all too much. Order became untenable, and the delicate balance that held the universe together evaporated. The sky inverted inwards, the stars disappeared into themselves, and time became a thing of fiction. The only thing left in the universe were these two entities. Their eternal struggles spilled into other nearby universes. The multiverse itself dissolved into nothing. 1 trillion different Earths died before finally this dimension ceased to exist, and the two beings finally fell apart.
Jesus
Love
Christ.
Roblox? Earn Roblox digital gift cards with Microsoft Rewards.
At the end, the Scarlet King's corruption poured out of its belly. At the beginning, the silver light of the deer leaked from its hindquarters. If anyone had been left
His
to
ass?
see it would have been astonishing. They both fell, corrupted and shining, bleeding out their life energies into an endless nothing. But this was of no consequence to the king. None at all. He had entered but one dimension on this occasion. He extended beyond comprehension into realms of pure thought and consciousness, into dimensions that had no description even. This creature was little more than a flea bite in truth. This thing may be a god, but he was a king. The king.
Yeah.
He was there at the beginning, and he would be there at the end. Alas, their brief meeting had undone this universe, and the king's subjects had been erased. This would not do. The king reached from the next dimension and began swirling the spilling life energies of his and this creature's corpses. Soon the elements began to balance, opposites began to bond, an incomprehensible infinite energy began to burn as the elements bonded into smaller and smaller space. And then out of nothing, suddenly everything began again.
Again! Jesus Christ! 3 flashbangs. Okay, so it says, oh god, I don't even know the best way of saying this. Everything ended, and then it started again. Because even though the deer is considered a god, the Scarlet King is the king, and you can't kill the king because he's not really a god or anything. He is instead basically a thought. That is the best way of putting it. He is a idea. This is normal. This is how you do it. Therefore, you couldn't get rid of it unless you completely end everything. And so he used his power, started bonding things together to then recreate the Big Bang.
It took nearly 14 billion years to get back to that poorly decorated office with Dr. Sumerian and Agent Merryweather. It took another few minutes to get back to the plan to release the deer and hope it could stop the Scarlet King. Sumerian slumped in his seat.
We're gonna turn the deer loose, aren't we?
Those are my orders, sir. Yes.
Sumerian wrinkled his nose.
No. Hell no. What are you guys smoking?
They both sat there for a few moments in silence.
Do you have a better idea, sir?
Not yet. I'm sure I could think of one.
And the king smiled. Check out this video for another great story.
So he restarted it. Then, after 14 billion years, we get back to that same option. With that same option, though, they change it. Because now the Scarlet King was there. He had put his little mittens into the way things were. And with that, he was able to make sure the deer wasn't the one that was released. He prevented the deer from being released, which means now they have to find a new way of stopping him. I bet, I bet you that's probably when 999 is going to take his daddy and beat him. Alright, SCP-4840 is going to be next. It is 40 minutes.
Oh yeah. I'll pay now.
I will pay now. What is worse, the torture of SCP-231, the brides of the Scarlet King, or SCP deer with uh balls and babies, or the Builder Bear and his war crimes? Builder Bear, easily. Um, I wish Joshi, I will Joshi, I promise, promised. What? Already seen, I read that. 4840 next. Wait, now Dr. Sharion is under the Scarlet King to stop release of deer. Yeah. Why didn't they just use 999 then? Because 999 is considered a adolescence, a child, and they didn't think of 999 probably in that instance. And during that probably instance of the uh timeline, the kid probably was not born yet. So during the second iteration, the kid's probably born, if that makes sense. Ah, God, my throat hurts. Talking this much hurts. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. I'm checking something real quick. Give me a second. By the way, y'all never told me if y'all like this music. I've been thinking of like a theme song or something to have like playing at the end of, videos. Because I've been doing the guitar riff thing, and I don't know if people like it or not. I've been wanting to get like a actual thing. Alright, I'm just looking at something real quick. Just make sure things are running smoothly. By the way, we're at 87 views, which I really want to say thank y'all. Bum, 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 bum. Like, commission someone to make you a song? So, not really commission. I don't know the best way to put it. It's like, I'm a big fan of, like, the Vanoss crew, and they've always had, like, a song or something. Hi, Joan! How are you? Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully today's a good day. But what I mean, Shahab, is, the song is, like, at the end of a video, I want, like, a song to be playing, probably, like, build up to it or something, and then whenever my outro hits, have the song playing. Yeah, you definitely react to 4840. The SCP has old lore in that. Yeah, so that's going to be the next thing we react to. I'm just making sure that the live stream's still going good, making sure everything is enabled and everything is good. Ooh. Oh yeah. Shahab. Yep, that. Don't worry, I am awful with names, John. So, and mentions Hell, lots of SCPs. You know what? I'll call you Hab for short. Honestly, I feel like I always mispronounce names. That is something that's unfortunate for me. I hope I get better with pronunciation, but still. Exploring the SCP Foundation SCP-4840, the Demon Lancelot, and the Flying City of Padopolis? How the hell do you say this? Say. Well, that doesn't help. How do you say it? The fact people are able to say it so easily. The Exploring series made this. 4840 will be interesting. Someone once called me shit for short, as in shit cheese. What? This SCP is one of my favorites in the series. Well, I hope that it is a very good one then.
SCP 4840.
Yes.
The Demon Lancelot and the Flying City of Autopapadopolis.
Huh?
Lancelot and the Flying City of Autopapadopolis.
Papadopoulos. Apadopoulos. Apadopoulos. How the are you saying that so smoothly? Apadop. Definitely want to see your commentary. Gotta go. Bye, Joan. I hope you have a good day today. Uh, hopefully you come back and are able to watch this with Joshy because it's 3 in the morning. Why are y'all all awake? Joan, please get some rest. Y'all can watch this later. I promise you, all the live streams will stay up. I'm not going to take anything down. Please get some rest. Some people are just gifted. They are. I don't know how you say. Hold on.
The Demon Lancelot and the Flying City of Autopapadopolis.
Autopapadopolis.
The SCP universe is massive, not only in size, of course, but also in scope. There are thousands and thousands of cataloged anomalies, with countless more waiting to be found, or only mentioned in myths. Things we refer to as anomalous inevitably interact with one another, and some civilizations we've looked at already could be considered entirely anomalous themselves.
Davites.
SCP-4840 contains a story about the ancient past, and includes mentions of a large number of SCPs we're familiar with. It's also a bit of a follow-up to SCP-4812, Wrath, which I've covered previously. I'll do my best to provide some short explanations or references as we go, but viewing previous videos in this series will likely help out a lot.
Yep, I reacted to it.
SCP-4840 itself is an ancient, abandoned, floating city, located roughly 8 kilometers above an empty region in the Russian Arctic.
8 kilometers is 8,000 miles. No, 8 kilometers is 8,000 meters. And I don't know how many miles that is. I'm hoping it's a lot of miles. Or else I must seem like an idiot. I don't have work, lol. I work 7-Eleven, usually on weekends to Tuesday. Bye. Bye, Joan. Please be safe. How long will it take that French is mentioned in this video? I give it 5 minutes. I doubt. I don't know how big 5 kilometers is to miles.
The city is around 5.5 kilometers in diameter, and while the architecture of the city suggests that it predates any known civilization, it was clearly constructed using advanced techniques and materials for the time, such as gas lamps. The The city also bears markings that seem to be a long-dead human language, a precursor to ancient Greek and other Mediterranean languages, not found anywhere else in the world. Foundation linguists that have deciphered the language have determined that the city was once called Autopapadopolis, roughly translating to City of the First Father, and over 100.
Okay, so it being called City of the First Father, this is an interesting thing. Reason why I say it's interesting is because First Father can we see many different instances of First Fathers. There could be Zeus from Greek mythology because we have the deer, which is Saturn, which is proving that. Then we have people that might consider the Scarlet King First Father because he is basically a god, a primordial. Then we have possibly Christian due to Gate Guardian. And then we also have, I think Hinduism also has one. And of course, Anisha being a part of the Hindu religion, that would be a connection as well. So I'm wondering if it may be. I'm leaning towards Christian, and if it is Christian, is it talking about actual God or is it talking about Adam? And if it is talking about Adam, why would he have built such a unique city, right? Because if it is a city that is so, high tech for its time, I wonder if this is an instance of possible 2000 messery, or if it was stuff that they possibly got from the Wanderer's Library, which made the city a lot better. And because there are instances where humans and Wanderer's Library would work together, especially to try and get better than uh, the Bigfoots. That's it, Bigfoots.
100,000 people once lived here. There is no evidence that a single event led to its decline, but rather that the population simply left over an extended period.
I think I found something that could be SCP-3812. What is it? You have me intrigued. What could beat 3812? By the way, hi Red Light. I think you actually might. Have you been here before? I think you might be new. Hi, welcome in to the community. My community is welcoming to everybody. I have a bunch of SCP content, FNAF stuff, horror stuff, drawings. I have one animation, working on a second. Welcome on in.
After the loss of its first and only leader. The city is divided into 4 quadrants, all connected by a large central hub. These quadrants were populated based on craft, with blacksmiths and metallurgists in one, engineers and designers in another, farmers and bakers in the third, and artisans and craftsmen in the last.
Okay, this is gonna sound dumb. I want to know where the Masons would be. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I don't have my ring on right now, unfortunately. There's something called a Freemason. Freemasonry, when you hear Mason, you're thinking of stonemasons, which is true. But Freemasons are also a speaker of different things. So they would be with like the artist people as well. So it's kind of strange. I think they would be in the center hub.
Each quadrant also possessed its own local center of governance, located near the central hub. The central hub contains 3 large stone temples, designated the Temple of Sunrise, Temple of Sunset, and Temple of Night, with a larger, ornately designed Great Hall that was likely used as the seat of the city's power. Underneath this Great Hall is a large stone door, completely inaccessible to Foundation personnel. The door can be opened, but individuals who attempt to pass through feel a building tension that overcomes their bodies, describing it as an increasingly uncomfortable feeling of guilt and regret, often accompanied by panic and anxiety, capable of incapacitating anyone who presses on. Prior to 1933, the city was hidden from view and human perception by unknown anomalous means, but since then it has been rendered visible to the naked eye and to radar equipment. Obviously, that's no good for the Foundation, so they've installed scrambling devices and cloud-cover generators, as well as physically moved the city to its current remote location to help conceal it.
Where was it before?
The city of Autopapadopoulos is completely abandoned, aside from two entities, SCP-4840-A and 4840-B. A is an elderly male human of nondescript build and uncertain ethnicity. Genetic testing has revealed likely Mesopotamian ancestry, but his genetic markers have no apparent pre-ancestral linkage, suggesting that either he's some sort of alien.
Whoa, hold on. I heard that. I don't know if anybody else heard it. Somebody just subscribed. Ah, why? Why is my Streamlabs not working? Alright, I don't know who it was, but somebody just subscribed. I heard it, and I can show you. See? 686. This is a bad time. I don't have my stuff up. So in case y'all don't know, I have this stuff. Wait, it showed me. Who was it? But yeah, I need to fix the number system, so that's why I don't have the follower goal up. So now if anybody else subscribes, I guess the big hand's gonna come out the ground. Sorry for whoever just subscribed, but thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the subscribes. Especially because we're on the road to 700. So hopefully we get 700 soon. Alright, so this guy, they're saying he's from I almost said mesothelioma. I don't know why. Mesopotamia. They don't know any ancestors. I wonder if this is an instance to where he's probably a caretaker, and since he's a caretaker, he's unable to die.
Ancestral linkage, suggesting that either he's some sort of alien or he is a genetic precursor to intelligent humans on Earth. He speaks numerous languages, including modern ones, is capable of controlling the general movement of the floating city, and has some degree of limited local omniscience. He is capable of describing events taking place far away that he would otherwise have no knowledge of, although he can't describe specifics or individuals involved in these events. Finally, he is the only individual capable of passing through the stone door underneath the Great Hall, an area he refers to as the Old Library.
Oh, wait a second. What if the old library is the Wanderer's Library? And the reason why humans can't walk into it without feeling extreme guilt is because the guilt that they felt when they last were in it, because of the stuff that they were given from the serpent from the Wanderer's Library, was used to get rid of all the Bigfoots. And so, without realizing it, and they kind of forgot that they did it, they are still feeling the guilt, or it was forcibly giving them guilt. That way they wouldn't come towards the serpent, who probably does not want to help humanity anymore. That was probably a lot. But him saying the old library made me think of that. Also, why is there a freaky looking spider dude?
He refers to as the Old Library. The other entity, B, is a massive, vaguely humanoid figure that is currently lying unmoving in the ruins of the Temple of Sunset. It possesses a human torso ending in 6 legs, with 6 severely distended arms, each ending in a rough metal clasp affixed to a chain connecting to a large iron flail at its end.
What?
It is roughly 13 meters in height, but is only visible using thermal lenses. A says that the entity is dead, but it continues to output a constant, unchanging amount of heat. It also bears markings consistent with those found on SCP-2254, which appear to be some kind of sign or sigil. The sigil is similar to those found in other pre-antediluvian sites, specifically those concerning a redacted SCP, the Royal House of Apollyon. Here we have our first major reference, a connection to SCP-4812 and SCP-2254. To recap, in 4812 we heard about the Sky Kings of Old Europe, the leaders of an expansive and powerful kingdom of conquerors in the ancient past. The Sky Kings were all members of the Great House of Apollyon, the first of which was Harion I von Apollyon, who was said to have descended from the blood of the King of Crimson Skies, often called Assem, the First Man.
Which is
When
Adam.
Saurus VIII von Apollyon grew bored and launched a war of conquest across the sea against the fairy folk, the kidnapped Fey princess cursed him and his kingdom. The king's son, Saurus IX, appointed 4 great knights to defend his kingdom from any retribution from the fair folk. They were Lahair the Fierce, Lancelot the Cunning, Hector the Stalwart, and Ogier the Faithful, and they each ended up becoming twisted by the princess's curse. Based on the title, you of course know that Lancelot is involved with 4840, but SCP-2254 is actually Lahair the Fierce. 2254 is invisible to the naked eye, roughly 13 meters in height, with distended arms and 6 legs. This all sounds pretty familiar, and to top it off, the image provided for Lahair is pretty close to 4840-B, as well as the mention that the markings found on B are the same as those found on 2254. As for the fate of Hector and Ogier, we may never know.
Did you know, red light over an hour ago, we were reading about an SCP about the color red. Also, I just curious question, do you like Romans or Greeks more? It was before a conversation more than a few hours ago. You know, the picture in the SCP, I recommend you one time to read, but you stop because it had a very bad topic. These SCPs is related to it. Gotcha. SCP-2245 is the one I recommended you, then many live streams ago, but was very disturbing, which I like to apologize. The entity has many eyes and is visible and has 6 legs. Gotcha. I was about to say, I'm remembering it now, and the reason I stopped it was because it did one thing that I didn't like. I know at some point I need to go back and read it. I know at some point I'll have to bite the bullet and read it.
Autopapadopoulos was first discovered in 1933 by a British airman flying from London to Oslo over the North Sea. When reports of the sighting went public, the Foundation and the Royal Conservatory for Public Perception spread info claiming that the airman was drunk and hallucinating at altitude to cover.
You're saying a man that did nothing wrong. That man, nah, he's a drunkard.
It up. The Foundation then went in to investigate, sending a team by hot air balloon led by Captain Francis Pike. In his exploration journal, Pike describes looking out over the city like looking at Rome from a high hill. Upon closer inspection, though, its abandoned and decrepit state revealed itself.
Jesus.
Upon landing, they were met by 4840-A, who welcomed them to the city and introduced himself as the city's steward.
Yeah, okay, so I was right. He is a caretaker. We've seen it in many different instances of horror, or actually just a tale as old as time itself, really, of somebody being cursed with ever life and unable to take harm, and they are stuck in one particular place simply to take care of it. Um, they are unable to do anything else except take care of it. They can know everything. They'll learn everything. They will constantly be able to do whatever they want, but leave the place where they reside. So this would be a curse probably put on by the I want to say the Fey Princess, but I want to say this might be one of the Sky Kingdoms. And it would make sense if it's the Sky Kingdom of the king that went up against the Fays.
As they toured the streets, Pike describes the construction as finer than any city he's ever seen in his life. They pass by the ruins of the Temple of Sunset, and Pike writes that he had a strange and uncanny feeling as he looks at the place. The group dines in the Great Hall, as the man expresses his appreciation for their visit. They briefly explain what the Foundation is to him, but he says that he already knows, and had known for some time.
Uh-oh.
He
Not
also
good.
says that there are old secrets kept in this city that must be kept safe. Pike writes that speaking to the old man is like speaking to a friend you've known your whole life, a close companion whose company you've missed dearly.
Huh.
The group slept.
So instead of him saying that, instead of being like off-putted, because of how talking to him feels, they are probably like, yeah, you know what? You got secrets here. We're gonna keep them secret. Instead, it becomes you're okay talking with him because he's there. If that makes sense. I am back. I went unannounced to the store to buy Coke and a dish cleaner. Welcome back, Shahab. Why? You know what? I was going to say that is a strange combination, but I fully understand. Actually, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get me something to eat real quick. All right? Plus, I feel like I might need another soda. I need to fix the voice box real quick. All right, chat. In case y'all are all wondering what I went to go get, I currently have a thing of rich and creamy frosting, milk chocolate flavor. So, in case y'all are wondering, it is just milk chocolate icing. I should specify, I live alone and I'm in college, alright? So, this, I don't have to worry about sharing with anybody. It's just mine. So, that's why I'm eating it with this. Also, I can't have peanut butter, so I needed something sweet.
In large, extravagant rooms, much larger than the room the old man sleeps in.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made
Jesus Christ, an
the
ad.
search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is run by a bunch.
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing conservative search engines? Why? I'm going to go off on a tangent. Why? It doesn't make sense. Are the big pharma people probably lying to you, wanting you to learn specific things to make you agree with them? Yeah, sure. But guess what? It's your opinion on whether or not you trust them or not. Why the hell are we doing this? fire eats, the college experience. Exactly. That's totally understandable. My daily meal is straight up chicken broth. Just use keywords. Exactly. Nah, I'll show you what my key thing of eating is. Hold on. Okay, are we ready to see what it is I basically eat at all times? We currently have the chicken ramen noodles. Chicken ramen noodles. We also have the soy sauce flavored ramen noodles. We then have also some creamy chicken ramen noodles. And then we have two bags. One is triple meat and one is combination Tostitos. There is 50 in each of these, so there's 100 total. This is the college experience. Oh, I want to go to college, get a real nice big job. Be prepared to be broken eating 75-cent ramen noodles every single day. And then you're going to question yourself of why do I feel like crap all the time? You're eating these. They're so good, but God, they're awful. By the way, controversial take. Normal chicken is better than the creamy chicken. I'm going to say that now. Normal chicken is better than the creamy chicken. Someone might disagree with me. And somebody might be asking, why don't you have the shrimp flavor or the beef flavor? I'll be honest, it was because I had a little bit of chicken and I wanted the chicken. You agree? Who agrees with me? Who agrees that normal chicken is better than creamy chicken? I feel like it might be controversial, I'll be honest. Alright. I like how for a moment it just became a thing of we're talking about food.
The following section describes the large amount of imagery and iconography within the city, most of which is contained in the three temples. In the entryway to the main hall of the Temple of Sunrise, a mural shows two naked children standing at a tree line, seemingly nervously watching the horizon, with a wolf and bear standing behind them protectively.
Why?
On the wall opposite the mural is a figure with a flaming sword, the Gate Guardian.
It could be the Gate Guardian, also known as Urazil, who also at one point gave the flaming sword to. I want to say it was Job. I don't think it was Job though. He gave the flaming sword to somebody. I can't remember where. I can't remember who, but he did give away the flaming sword at one point. And it's the fact that the two kids were naked is such a strange thing to include. Um, and unless they weren't, and it was actually a depiction of Adam and Eve, it could be Adam and Eve.
With a wolf and bear standing behind them protectively. On the wall opposite the mural is a figure with a flaming sword, the Gate Guardian. In the main hall itself, there are three murals. On the far wall is a brilliant sunrise, with the city of Autopapadopolis in the foreground. Standing in the front of the sunrise is a golden man and two others by his side, with a third set off from the rest. The man
A golden man with two off to the side and one set to the side. So the one that's set off to the side has to be the demon Lancelot. And the golden man, who would be the golden man? I'm thinking of like Matthias. I know I said his name wrong. But I'm not sure.
by his side, with a third set off from the rest. The man is holding a long rod with a silver point, wearing a shining crown. In the sky above them is a bronze dragon with green eyes, and words on its side reading, "They will know what is." The identity of these figures will become clear later on. The mural on the eastern wall depicts a meeting in the Great Hall, with the golden man standing at the foot of a throne, and two other figures standing on each side. The third figure from the other mural is absent. Before the golden man is a king in crimson robes, with a flaming crown extending a hand of friendship. The one and only Scarlet King.
Yep, there it is, Scarlet
Beside
King.
the Scarlet King is a naked woman covered by a snake, a man made of metal, and a sorcerer in deep purple robes, alongside others.
Okay, the sorcerer I think might be his daughter. What did he say?
Beside the Scarlet King is a naked woman covered by a snake.
The snake. If I had to guess, Eve, naked woman covered with a snake, Eve and the serpent, and of course there was the tale where God and 682 met. 682 was considered to be the serpent, where the serpent is where the serpent got legs, became 682, unable to die, and it enraged him because he was not allowed back into the Garden of Eden, which is protected by the Gate Guardian. The two of them had a major fight.
A man made of metal.
The man made of metal. I want to immediately say the Broken God. I do. I want to say it was the Broken God. Wait. There is a bear picture in the city, Killer Bear, where you in the Garden of Eden, Killer Bear. And did you live in the city? That'd be funny. The snake is maybe 682. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Hello, guys. Hey, Trixkin. How are you?
And a sorcerer in deep purple robes, alongside others. The woman is SCP-336, also known as Lilith, a figure from Jewish mythology said to be Adam.
Okay, Lilith. She is the mother of all demons. I forgot about Lilith, but I could have sworn that it would have been. I could have sworn it would have been Eve instead, but I guess Lilith would make sense too. I just got home from school, and the best part, it was the last day of school. Hey, that's good news. We had a crazy stream. And the man of metal is the broken god. Yeah, it has to be.
His first wife, prior to Eve. The man made of metal is Robert Bumaro, the head of the Church of the Broken God. And the sorcerer is Dr. Wondertainment, or the figure that would come to be known as Dr. Wondertainment, at least.
I'm surprised it's not his daughter, because he has a daughter that is a they call her the crying wizard. I forget what they call her. She's the little girl. I can't remember her number either. It's gonna bother me, but I'm surprised it's not her. Unfortunately, 336 is no longer Lilith, so it's an old info. Ah.
On the western wall, a mural shows the Golden Man sitting on his throne, with an iron crown hovering above his head. The crown is inlaid with words of an unknown language, and set with a shining white jewel. We'll be hearing plenty more about this crown later.
Ah.
Behind the Golden Man are several large figures, one made of gears and steel, one made of flesh and blood, one made of ice and stone, one made of stars, and another made of eyes.
Okay, the eyes. That's the one in the cave. The stone is the one that was taking away all the heat. Hold on.
Jewel. We'll be hearing plenty more about this crown later. Behind the Golden Man are several large figures, one made of gears and steel,
The Broken God,
one made of flesh and blood,
Scarlet King, or it could be the flying creature from 4812.
one made of ice and stone,
That one being the one that sucks up all the heat and turns everything freezing cold.
one made of stars,
I don't know what one could be stars. It can't be the one in the cave because the cave is nothing but bodies basically melded together.
and another made of eyes. The one of gears and steel is, of course, Mechane, also known as the Broken God.
Yes!
And the one of flesh and blood is Yaldabaoth, Mechane's counter.
Yaldabaoth. Oh my god, it's the primordials. I gotta remember all the primordials real quick. So, primordial, yeah. Alright.
Part and an important figure in Sarkic lore. The one made of ice and one made of stars are as yet unidentified, but the one made of eyes is meant to depict SCP-3125.
3125.
I covered that one in my video on anti-memetics, but basically it's a massive entity that partially intersects with our reality and erases anyone that gains any knowledge of it from existence. It seems the people of Autopapadopolis were not only familiar with this entity, but also decided to put it on a mural.
Oh no.
The last figure on this mural is a young woman with long, brilliant white hair hanging in the air, pointing to the south. This is SCP-179, an entity located in our solar system that warns the Foundation of any extraterrestrial threats approaching us from outer space.
Mm-hmm.
The final wall of the Temple of Sunrise contains no mural, but instead the words, "For not the sea to swallow them, and the long dark approach." The entryway to
Wait. I think that might be referencing 3000.
but instead the words, "For not the sea to swallow them, and the long dark approach."
For not the sea to swallow them. Of course, Anesha eats people. The long dark approaches. Anesha is miles long and hides within the darkness and is also a very dark green color. I think that last part could be talking about Anesha, which would mean that they knew of 3000. That is insane. So we've had 179, 3000. We've mentioned Yaldabaoth. We've talking about the Broken God. We've talking about the Scarlet King. We've talking about, oh God, how many? Ooh, I have a feeling I know. Trying to think because it makes sense for 179 to be in this one because it has to deal with the sun. Who would end up being in the other ones?
The entryway to the ruined Temple of Sunset contains detailed drawings of cities and towns in and around Autopapadopolis, as well as a map of the city itself. It seems at one point the city was surrounded by large walls, with small towns and villages next to these walls. To the east of the city was a river with another town and farmlands, with the words, "The Lands of Men," emblazoned on the side of the same bronze dragon from before on top of the mural. An arrow points to the southeast, with the words, "Lands of the Blood Kings and Necromancers," and another arrow points west.
Blood Kings. Blood Kings. Would that be the Davites? Well, they called the Davites Blood Kings because the Davites love blood. They are carnivorous and cannibals. I don't know. I'm trying to connect all of them because this one has to be the thing that connects everything, in my opinion. I think it might be Davites, especially in the southeast.
With words reading the far strange west. Based on SCP-4812, we already know what existed in the west during this time, as the conquerors went to war with the fair folk, who were also involved with a war with the Children of the Night, SCP-1000. The land of the Blood Kings and Necromancers refers to the Davites, a civilization ruled by anomalous individuals and steeped in blood sacrifice, slavery, and magic rituals.
Yep.
The interior of the Temple of Sunset is similar to the Temple of Sunrise, but much of the main hall has been destroyed by the fallen corpse of 4840B. There is a single mural remaining, showing the golden man with the iron crown sitting atop a white horse. Legions of men and women armed with weapons stand behind him, and on both sides of him are two figures, one holding a black sword, the other a green rod.
He's on a horse. I wonder if this is a depiction of the four horsemen. One of the horsemen. And it might seem strange that I'm pulling that in. But I can't think of anything else of what it may be. It's stuck in my head that this might be a tale of the horsemen.
The golden man is holding a long silver lance in his hand. Across from the man is a scene of storm clouds and lightning, growing more dramatic as it approaches a collection of small humanoid figures, light green in coloration, with brilliantly colored clothing. These would be the Fae, the people that Saurus VIII conquered and brutalized.
Yep.
The figures are each depicted with 6 eyes in 2 vertical columns, which interestingly also seems to be the same configuration as 4840B and Lahire the Fierce.
Oh.
Behind them is something large and mottled gray, but it's cut off by a collapsed wall. The Temple of Night is the smallest of the 3, only containing a single level. Info from 4840A suggests that portions of this temple do run underground, possibly connecting with the structure beneath the Great Hall. The entryway of the temple contains depictions of barely visible entities concealed within a forest at night, covered in hair with bright yellow eyes.
Bigfoots.
Their faces are noticeably human in appearance,
Bigfoots.
and they each carry the same ornate wooden scepter with a bright red stone set in one end. These would be the Children of the Night, Bigfoot, SCP-1000,
Yep.
entities which humans eventually brought to the edge of extinction due to their intellectual capacity. The interior of the temple is a maze of small, interconnected rooms, the purpose of which is unknown. Many of them share the same depiction of a massive tree in the middle of a forest, which is actually SCP-2932,
Tree of Life?
Titania's prison.
Oh.
The place used by the Children of the Night to contain their enemies and anomalous threats, including the Fae and a powerful reality bender named Adam L. Assem. Other depictions in the temple include men and women being thrown into mass graves, children and animals being burned, men being placed into wooden coffins and buried alive, skeletons strapped to trees, and small green humanoids being raped and butchered by the larger, long-haired humanoids.
The fuck? Why? Jesus Christ. Do you remember the crown of Apollyon was mentioned in the Department of Abnormalities, and the crown is in the cell in the abandoned facility after the SCP departed of Abnormalities disappeared. Yep.
These are clearly images related to the Children of the Night's wars against humans and the Fae, although why they are here in Autopapadopolis is a bit of a mystery. The central room of the temple contains a staircase descending downwards, although access to it is blocked due to rubble and fallen rock. Long stone sarcophagi line the walls of this central chamber, and individuals entering the room report feeling a sense of incredible unease and describe hearing scratching sounds from within the sarcophagi. During an investigation in the temple, one team reported finding a room with a door marked with the Foundation's seal, which opened up into what appeared to be an abandoned Foundation site identified as Site 000000.
The very
Later
first one.
explorations have been unable to relocate this door.
What?
4840A already said that he knew what the Foundation was, and truth be told, the Foundation has probably been around for quite a while in some form. It's just surprising that they would have a site in such a location. On several occasions, 4840A has mentioned that he is not the only person residing within Autopapadopolis currently, and there is another individual in the Temple of Night. He has been reluctant to say anything else about who this person might be, and notably, he's never been seen entering the Temple of Night for any reason. Finally, then, we have the sealed chamber underneath the Grand Hall. The area 4840A refers to as the Old Library. The stone door leading to the chamber has two figures depicted on it. The one on the left composed of a single vertical shaft of ornately decorated gold and silver, with a smooth white stone set in its center. The figure on the right is not a figure, but is instead an inset of the figure on the left. The left part of the door is made of white marble, with bronze hinges and gold fixtures. The right part of the door is bound in rusted iron. Again, these contrary depictions will be explained soon.
Please do.
When the door is open, people in the antechamber claim to be able to hear someone speaking with their own voice from somewhere beyond the door. The implication is that the chamber beyond is some sort of void of reality.
I wonder, hearing their own voice, I wonder if there's so many things it could be. It could be 939, the invisible guys that hunt people. It could be Phase. It could be. I was thinking this was Wanderer's Library. I did. Oh, excuse me. I was thinking this was the Wanderer's Library, and therefore, it would do everything possible to try and prevent humans from actually accessing it. So I wonder if I am wrong, who it could be, because I'm thinking it might be 939, because that's what my brain immediately said. The little invisible guys that try and hunt and kill you. I don't know.
Alien to our understanding, much like SCP-3930, the Pattern Screamer. 4840A describes the door as a passageway between this place and somewhere else, an old passageway with well-tread steps. He says that the light of the world has long since left the place on the other side, and mortal men can no longer walk it.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys.
It's gotta be the library. It's gotta be the Wanderer's Library.
Now that we have all the imagery down, what we really need is a story to put it all together, and that's where 4840A comes in. A Foundation doctor named Ostrovich interviewed him in 1949, and after he gets over how impressive the tape recorder being used is, he says that the Foundation are seekers of knowledge that want the truth. They remind him of his brother, who was a scholar, possibly the greatest scholar of his time, who could sit across the table from a person and gather everything he ever needed to know about them from a look. He says that the Foundation has a lingering feeling that they are at the center of something much larger than themselves, and that it's not their fault, as the early days were billions of years ago, and almost everyone from that time has since passed. He was there when the world was young, as they watched the Iron God put the flaming stars in the sky, and the God of Flesh loose the first red drips of blood splash against the earth to give it life. Speaking of Mechane and Yaldabaoth. He
They're
mentions that he was
primordials.
a boy when the serpent and its dark brother set the foundations of what is and what is not, referring to the titular serpent of the serpent's hand, the entity responsible for the Wanderer's library, and its dark brother is apparently
3,000.
SCP-3000, Anantashesha.
See?
One
I knew it.
stores knowledge, and the other destroys it.
Yes.
Basically. He sets out to explain the beginning of all things, and how all things started here in Autopapadopolis, a place where all that is, was, and ever will be was realized. There were only a few of them at the beginning, in a world of infinite mystery. They studied and watched and learned for millions and millions of years, and afterwards they built the city, the first city. He says that in Autopapadopolis is where that which is came to be, and he explains that there were only ever two true gods, is and is not. He says that there are things that are and things that aren't, and when the work of is was completed, that remnant of that god became the serpent, an entity whose purpose is only to study that from whence it came, and learn those lost truths about itself.
So it became the serpent that's in the library. Hold on. Pattern screamers were in the God video, where these are creatures from a previous universe, survived by destruction and are trapped between existence and not existing. And if people see pattern screamer, these people will then disappear. Gotcha. That's what they're called, pattern screamers. I couldn't remember them.
The other entity, is not, was its shadow, and one cannot exist without the other.
Yep.
Is not is everything outside of is, and together they encompass true knowledge, everything that ever was or was not, all at once. When the world came into being, there was order, and even though there were things roaming around that we now refer to as anomalies, they were confined to this world. Anomalies from alternate worlds and universes were kept apart and far away. A says that the Fae were the first to open their eyes upon the cosmos, because they were not born from this world normally, instead being created from the last glittering fragments of is, making them more attuned to the will of creation. They kept to the woodlands and wrote the first music, and A could hear them singing from across the world. A and his brothers came after the Fae, the first men born into the world, cared for by the mothers of the world, the wolf, the bear, the sow, and the lion. As they grew, they gave themselves names and wandered the world, marveling at its mysteries and reveling in the life they had been given. A describes the experience as serenity. During the early days of Autopapadopolis, it was populated by A and his brothers, the Scarlet King, the Serpent and Anantashesha, the envoy from Saturn, the dragons and lords of the sky, the god of iron and god of flesh, and many others. The greatest of these, however, was the first king of men, called Asem. A describes him as golden and beautiful, powerful enough to build mountains, call the sea to bear, and look into worlds beyond. He also was said to carry a lance that could kill gods, which, if you recall from the Ouroboros cycle, would be the lance of the non-believer. They called him Asem because the word meant is, and they believed that he was the joy of creation given form. Unfortunately, within him grew the first vice, envy, as he looked to the skies and wished them to be his. He decided that he wanted to look past the cosmos and take something from another world. So he did. The thing that he took from another existence was a crown, and with it he declared himself the king of all that is, building his seat of power here in Autopapadopolis. A says that he was still kind and beautiful at this point, but he was crippled by his desire to take whatever he wished from the cosmos. Inevitably, Assem was betrayed, first by his sons. His eldest son envied the crown and demanded that his father pass it on to him. He ended up raising an army and savaging his father's lands, laying waste to the world of men. But ultimately he was struck down by Assem and locked in a stone tomb deep beneath the earth.
Yep.
The middle son also wanted the crown, but he spoke passionately to the people of that world, calling upon their sense and reason to demand that Assem pass the crown to him. The kingdom agreed, bending their knee to him and worshipping him as their god, but Assem put a curse on him to poison both the land and his followers. The middle son was exiled, forced to wander the desolate places of the world until the sun went down in the east.
Jesus.
Finally, the third and last son took a much simpler route, sneaking into his father's room while he slept and stealing the crown from his head. Despite its simplicity, this was the greatest betrayal, because Assem loved his third son more than anything. The son slipped away as Assem's kingdom fell to ruin.
Okay, so the golden one, I think, has to be Adam, the first man. 3 sons. It has to be Cain, Abel, and what was his third son's name? Sam? Damn it, what is your name? There's 3 kids. Seth. Seth's his name. I know it started with an S. I was getting ready to say Sanders. So it has to be Cain, Abel, and Seth. And Seth was the youngest, I believe. Cain would have killed his brother. 076 and 073. He didn't have 3. If you want to watch the Abracusil next stream is also okay, because you would have enough knowledge to understand what is going on. But I recommend to watch it a little bit later just so you have more knowledge. Oh, Seth. Yes, Seth.
And Assem turned the world into a smoking waste, as a number of the people of Autopapadopolis followed the third son into the shadows. They fled into the night for 1,000 years, hunted by Assem and his 2 other sons, who all desired nothing more than the crown. They had hidden the crown, though, kept away until it faded into myth.
It would be found in the House of Abnormalities. So I wonder if Cain and Abel and Seth were ever able to fully find it. And I wonder then if Seth was the one to make the SCP Foundation. Not like the Foundation itself, but the House of Abnormalities. Nobody knew. They said that it was abandoned. What creature, what person do you know of that would be able to contain something in the moon? Not on the moon, in the moon. None other than the second generation of man, Seth. Seth would have started the SCP Foundation then. Me? Check us, just get out of here. I did it. It was all me, Batman. I'm the one that put the man in the moon. But no, it had to be Seth. Seth had to do it.
When A finally stepped back into the light of day, the world had changed and was no longer a smoking waste. The people who had fled alongside A had started families in this new world, and their kingdom became known as Old Europe, the first true kingdom of mortal men. A came into the realm of Harion, a kindly man with a passion for knowledge.
And this just, I think, helped my idea. Because if we remember, the House of Abnormalities was found in not only Europe, but near, I think it was the United Kingdom. United Kingdom has some of the original kingdom, like S castles and all. It would have to be Seth who did it. The envoy of Saturn is for sure the deer. And maybe the Department of Abnormalities maybe existed during these times and stole the crown to stop the madness. I don't know.
And a desire to learn. His family were gentle and good people, and more families flocked to Harion's lands. A spent many long hours speaking with Harion about the times before the darkness, and about the strange wonders he had seen across the world. This led A to take his father's crown that he had stolen and hid away, and place it atop Harion's head, calling him Apollyon, the king over the darkness. Apollyon went on to build great halls, great temples, and great libraries, and in time all of Old Europe swore fealty to him as their high king. Eventually, he passed away, and his son Uvan became high king. At this point, A took his leave from Old Europe and returned to Autopapadopolis to rest for the first time in 10,000 years. When he awoke, the world had changed yet again, and the Davites had taken up arms against the kingdom of men. The house of Apollyon had become known as the Sky Kings, and were pillaging and conquering across the continent. In the west, the Fae were dealing with the children of the night, and these wars laid the foundation of the world to come.
If you are listening to the
Damn.
cylinder, I am no longer in this world.
So, Seth, being the idiot that he is, goes, I'm going to put this crown on your head, and you shall be the king over the darkness. This king did a really good job, did really good, so he made a good call there. It gets passed down to this king's son, who royally bends everything over and fucks it. And I mean that genuinely. Because now we have 1000s versus 4000s. We have the Davites battling the kingdom. We have everything falling. And I believe this is when the kingdom is going to go after the fairies.
Eventually, the Sky King Zorus came to Autopapadopolis, where A was hiding out, and demanded that he give him a Sem's lance. Even if A had wanted to, which he didn't, he couldn't give him the lance because it had been lost a long time ago. When Zorus was told this, he threatened to turn the city over in order to find it. In order to protect the city and the deep secrets that it holds, A called upon the last of the Titans still on the earth, the great dragon Barata, and together they raised the city into the sky. Separated from the world of men, A watched for thousands of years as king after king came and went, each carrying on a bloody legacy while wearing the crown of Apollyon. He watched as the Deva hero Gilgamesh slayed Cyrus II's only son in single combat on the fields of Jerusalem, and the dread sorcerer Noah el Meto raised the seas to wash away the lands of men until he was struck down by Maeladrau the Wrathful. He watched Jore Apollyon sail across the sea to meet with the king of the Children of the Night, and then watched as she was buried alive to feed the heart of their horrible goddess tree. A watched as the world turned. Eventually, A watched as Cyrus VIII crossed the sea to bring war to the Fae, and the aftermath as the Fey princess was buried and she summoned the 3 great profanities to curse the kingdom of Apollyon. A watched with sadness as the kingdom fell, and Sarus the Ninth suffered his 4 betrayals as his knights became twisted by the dark magic, becoming monsters and beasts. Lahire went to the west, Ogier to the north, Hector to the south, and Lancelot went east, ending up in the city of Autopapadopolis.
He's in the night.
In time, the name of Lancelot fell into human legend, becoming a different figure entirely, but this twisted figure became known as Demon Lancelot. This is 4840B, of course, the entity that lies dead on top of the Temple of Sunset. Lancelot would have turned the entire city into ruin if not for the efforts of the last great heroes: the dragon Barata, the Sea Lord Arcturus, the hero Beowulf, and the Deva king Relevine. The battle cost each of them their lives, so Demon Lancelot must have been quite the foe. But with Barata's final gasp, he tore out Lancelot's heart.
Okay, I reached my limit. I have to sleep. Good night. Bye, Shahab. Thank you for coming by, my good friend. Hope you have a good night. This will probably be the final react, I'll be honest. We got 7 minutes left. After this, I'm probably going to get off. But it'll probably take, like, I don't know, 30 minutes. 7 minutes, you know. So hopefully you had a good stream today. Hopefully you enjoyed today. Hopefully have a good night.
A was alone afterwards, aside from his brothers who still roamed the earth in search of their father's crown. A supposes that his father is out there somewhere as well, if he's not rotting in the heart of the earth. The crown, of course, was lost when the profane dark swallowed up Sarus the Ninth as part of the Fey Princess's retribution. The House of Apollyon ended in a night, and the children of the night came across the sea to pick at the corpse of the kingdom of old Europe. Time went on, of course, bringing us to the present.
Not knowing it would show up again.
Ostrovich asks him more about the 4 knights, and A explains that they were each nobles sworn to the House of Apollyon. When the great profanities twisted their hearts, Sarus the Ninth cursed them, and they took on strange and grotesque shapes, the shapes of old Fey gods. For Lancelot, who was adept with a mace, his arms were transformed and his mind became unable to do anything but rage and destroy. Ostrovich says that this all sounds pretty ridiculous, and A agrees, saying that he wouldn't trust her if she believed him without reservation. He has kept much of the old world hidden for many years, but as his life wanes, so does his ability to keep it hidden. He knows about Lahire moving in the west, and also knows that Hector is preparing to emerge in the south. He says that Lancelot has laid here dead for many years, but still does not grow cold. He is also aware of the recent events from SCP-4812, with the profane adamant being seen in the skies, the entity that Lancelot prayed to for overwhelming strength. Things are in motion, and A needs the Foundation's help because he will not live forever. He needs their help in protecting the secrets that this city holds. Ostrovich then asks him what exactly these secrets are, and where they are. A says that they are kept in the old library, the place where Is was realized and came to be. Assem built his seat of power directly on top of it, where the greatest authority of all authorities came to rest. Within the old library is the first book, although it's not actually a book. He speaks about the Wanderer's Library, a place where texts describe Is and all that is, the greatest collection of knowledge in the entire cosmos.
The Wanderer's
The
Library.
first book, meanwhile, does not just describe Is, it is, meaning that it holds the most fundamental truths of existence, those never intended to be understood by man or beast. A has tried to read the book to know these truths so that he could right the wrongs of this world, but he has failed. He also says that he nearly lost himself once in the other book, and in it he grew old. The other book, of course, is the first book's counterpart, the Book of Is Not. This
The
book
end.
contains the truths of things that cannot be, dark and old truths. His ability to protect the old library will eventually fail, and there are those who know what is here and will seek it out. This is all a little bit tricky to comprehend, and Ostrovich isn't sure she'll be able to believe it all, which A understands. He says to watch for the 3 great profanities that the Fey Princess had summoned: the Profane Restrictor, the Profane Adamant, and the Profane Dark.
Yep.
They are the last remnants of a cursed people, a people who fled from the children of the sun and their iron swords, as well as the children of the night and their fell scythes. He tells the Foundation to remember what he has said when they see them, because they are from a time long before their history begins. Finally, Ostrovich asks him who he is, and A says that his name was Seth, brother.
I knew it! I knew you were Seth! I knew it! Oh, I'm so glad! Oh, that is like winning the lottery. I knew you were Seth. Oh my god, thank you. Thank Christ, I knew it. Okay. Oh, that gave me a headache. It is such a dumb win, but when you come up with a theory and you say it, you're putting everything into it. And you have to hope and hope that you are correct.
To Cain and Abel,
Yep.
son of Adam el Asem, the first king of men. Seth admits that he was just a boy when he looked into the night sky and asked his father for a star all his own, leading Asem to reach out and pull in an iron crown. That crown ended up driving Asem to madness, Cain and Abel to butchery, and the ruination of their kingdom. Without that crown, Sarus VIII might not have crossed the sea, and the descendants of Harion may have been able to fight off the children of the night when they came to Old Europe. Seth says that there is no more hateful a thing than that crown, the seed at the root of evil, and it was a gift for him. He says that he was once Seth, but now he has lost that name. SCP-4840 is certainly a little different than a lot of other SCP articles, much like SCP-4812 was.
Yep.
There are still plenty of questions left about this ancient history, some that may be answered in the future, and many that won't. This specific canon of fantastical history and connections is occasionally being referred to as the Cactus Verse, after its creator, DJ Cactus, and it likely will continue to be expanded upon. Seth is a rather tragic figure, considering himself responsible for much of the turmoil across the world, but his time will come to an end, so hopefully the Foundation can step up and take over his job to protect the old.
Oh my god, I just realized what this city is. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, I'm about to explain a lot of different things. There was a theory of all gods, all religions actually existing, therefore all the gods were on like a high table, right? So all the gods would end up talking, uh, and this is basically what the thing was, a high table, right? The very first people, Adam would be like probably the most religious, him having a actual connection to his god, but also all the other gods, as he would have been the test run for other gods trying to make people. All right, so you have all the gods, right? Probably above them, all the primordials, and then the humans, right in the center. Meaning, Adam knew all the gods existed. And we hear how the Scarlet King and Tesha, who is a Hindu god, we hear the primordial. We get it all makes sense, but I can't. My wording isn't wording. It's bothering me. They're not. becoming basically in the SCP universe, all the gods were singing together, right? And even though this is the DJ Cactus universe, the Cactus verse, it would still make sense putting this one into the other realities. It makes sense to me. I just can't word it right. It's bothering me. Or maybe interested in watching one more video. SCP-3305 is a short and very funny video which needs no brain power and it's so funny. If not, that is also okay. I'll search it up to see.
Old library. Things are clearly in motion in the dark, and it's likely that at some point, events from the ancient past will cause some very real effects in the present.
Yep. They say that the profane adamant has been seen again in the skies, and that the profane adamant was who Lancelot prayed to for strength, overwhelming. Something is moving here, something that has been lying dormant for so many long eons, and so I require your aid. We were called immortal, and while I have lived an impossibly long time, I will not live forever. The strain of sustaining this city drains me, and a day will come when it must be passed to you, the sons and daughters of men. You will have to guard these secrets. Jesus. This one was good. I like this one. Also, I'm happy you learned all the SCPs before watching this video, that you can appreciate how everything connects. Not only can I connect them all, I'm trying my best to connect them to ones that weren't even mentioned. I like this. I like this one. It was real good. 3305 is in the playlist somewhere, and it is made by the channel Eastside Decoded. Alright, let me get rid of this. We're removing it. Let me go over here. Did we already watch that one? The Unusual Incidents Unit? If so, that needs to be removed. I can't remember. I'll be honest. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Wow. Oh, they removed that. Are you sure? No, we did not watch UIU. Are you sure? I think we might have. By the way, 3305 is not showing in the playlist. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Toast. I should have known it was the God one. I should have known it was him. Oh. That was a bad stretch. I fucked up my shoulder. Ow. My damn shoulder went the wrong way. Hold on. I popped it. I could have sworn, though, that we had reacted to it already. Because why else would we have it?
Hi, you two.
Did we not? Did we not have this one already? I wonder why it was red then. Because it's got the red bar like we've watched it. I don't remember. Alright, let me start clearing up some of these. Oh, that reminds me. If anybody has no idea, Gideon right now is in a lot of trouble. It's a big issue. He was teaming up with a guy by the name of Alex, who years ago was doing a catch on EDP. And when he did his catch on EDP, he was talking to underage girls himself, and then was saying the N-word a bunch, and now he's helping a very racist guy right now, Alex is. And Gideon's like, I'm not going to be working with him anymore. Even though Gideon just came out of another controversy where he actually tried defending a predator. Well, I can't really say predator. She's barely over the age of 18, but she was talking to a bunch of kids about harming herself and them trying to get their name like engraved on them. It was a very strange thing. Unless you watched it privately. I don't know. I'm going to keep it just in case. We watched 3 Portlands where UIU was mentioned, but please do not remove the UIU video. It's one of my favorite videos. I'm not sure if we've reacted to it or not. That's what I'm confused about. What is wrong with my FYP? If it's not yet obvious, I've been getting really into the Smosh Reddit stories, and also, Too High for Stupid is a really fun show if you ever get a chance to watch it. Because I can assure you did not watch the UIU video during the stream. Gotcha.
Creamy Tuscan chicken. Sounds easy enough. Tomato. Spinach. That's great. Boom. Added to the rotation. It's delicious.
Bro, that actually looks good as hell. What?
Whether you're a professional or just love getting hands-on with your home projects, Harbor Freight offers quality hand tools backed.
Alright. Do you know about a satellite SCP that's connected with Ghost because it's mentioned in the UIU video? I did not. You know what? Maybe I haven't. SCP-3305, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Toast. Bread gods summoned from trees. By Eastside SCP. So is the Jesus Christ, piano.
Item number SCP-3305.
By Captain
Object Class
Kirby.
Euclid. Special Containment Procedures.
Eat.
MTF Gamma 84, Holy Toasters, are to be permanently stationed at SCP-3305. All personnel attempting to gain access to SCP-3305 without prior approval will be detained, administered Class A amnestics, and released. Should SCP-3305-1 manifest, it is to be detained by MTF Gamma 84 and transferred to Site-19, where it will be stored in a standard humanoid containment chamber. Protocol Judas is to be executed in the event of a containment breach, meeting the required criteria. Protocol Judas.
Did we have to call it Judas? Are we seriously just about to kill bread? I mean, y'all could literally just eat it. I'm just being serious.
Protocol Judas was a method of containment proposed by Dr. Teller to successfully detain and terminate SCP-3305-1, while causing minimal physical and psychological damage to those under its effect. This is only to be considered in the event of a containment breach, where SCP-3305-1 is summoned, and has made contact with the civilian population. Phase 1. MTF Gamma-84 will bring a D-Class person with an ailment, from now on referred to as the patient, to a building near SCP-3305-1. All smoke detectors inside the building will be disabled, and the patient must be kept in a room which is not visible to the outside. Airplanes equipped with a suitable amounts of gaseous Class B amnestics shall be positioned near the civilian population. Phase 2. MTF Gamma-84 will request the assistance of SCP-3305-1 in healing the patient. It is imperative that no civilian personnel be allowed inside the building with SCP-3305-1. Given the nature of SCP-3305-1, if the request is made in earnest, it will comply. Phase 3. Once the patient has been cured by SCP-3305-1 and cleared the premises, MTF Gamma-84 shall incinerate SCP-3305-1.
Oh my god, y'all are assholes. Oh, y'all are asking him to perform a miracle. After he performs the miracle, you set his ass on fire. What the hell? No! And just in case y'all have forget me drugs, load up on a plane in order to. Jesus. Literally, Jesus.
Phase 4. The airplane shall dispense the Class B amnestics over the civilian population. Phase 5. MTF Gamma-84 is to perform a survey of the civilian population to identify individuals who retain memories of SCP-3305-1 and administer Class B amnestics as needed. Description: SCP-3305 is a collection of 5 trees in the forest, with slices of white bread stapled to them. All attempts to remove the bread from the trees have failed. If a particular ritual is performed in SCP-3305,
Hold on. Wait a second. Piece of bread is put on 5 different trees. So if you probably connected them, it would form a pentagram. You're unable to remove the bread.
305. See document SCP-3305-R. Then a humanoid, composed of bread, will appear. SCP-3305-1. SCP-3305-1 will offer parts of itself to eat, and puncture itself to produce wine to drink. This
It's quite literally a Jesus. My body is the bread. My blood is the wine. It's the communion thing where they give you the communion little cracker thing that tastes god awful, and they give you this fake wine to make you drink. If you're into Catholicism. Thanks for reacting to these holy toasts. It is so funny, believe me. At least Jesus is not turned into French bread.
bread and wine have restorative properties, as individuals who have consumed them report being cured of all physical and mental illnesses.
Can I
all
eat some?
individuals who consume part of SCP-3305-1
The goals that socialists
worship it, as well as bread in general. The form of this worship varies highly between individuals. Similarity between this effect and those
Jesus fried chicken? What? Why is Colonel Sanders here? What? What did y'all do? What did y'all make?
those observed in SCP-3250 and SCP-2867 are under investigation. While amnestics can successfully erase memories of interaction with SCP-3305-1,
Yes, that is Colonel Sanders.
subjects under SCP-3305-1's effects still believe in the existence of SCP-3305-1 and will continue to worship bread. Only after SCP-3305-1 has been terminated do amnestics become effective at erasing all memories regarding SCP-3305-1. Additional documents: SCP-3305-R.
Yep.
Materials needed: 50 loaves of white bread, 3.79 liters of red wine, a virgin bread, 3.79 liters of red wine,
Jesus.
a virgin, 18.14 kilograms of homemade dough, 14.4 cubic centimeters of flour, 3.79 liters of gasoline,
Why?
matches, and a Bible. Lay the loaves between the staple pieces of bread to form a pentagram. This will require all 50 loaves, assuming each loaf is approximately 30.48 centimeters long. Pour wine all over the loaves of bread. Move the virgin into the center of the pentagram. Cover the virgin with the dough, so none of the virgin's skin can be seen. Sprinkle the flour over the virgin and all loaves of bread. Douse the virgin in 3.03 liters of gasoline, and each piece of bread in 0.19 liters. Ignite all
You're setting a woman covered in dough made for making bread and flour. You have loaves of bread making a pentagram. You covered those loaves with wine, flour, gasoline. What else? I think that's it.
5 pieces of bread. Ignite the virgin. From the Bible, read aloud verse Mark 14:22-24. After the dough rises, it takes the form of SCP-3305-1. It is unknown what happens to the virgin, as all testing indicates SCP-3305-1 is made entirely of bread and wine. Event:
The virgin just dies. The virgin's just gone. No longer there. A really specific list of grocery items for a crime scene. This is a specific list to do a ritual. This is like whenever you actually try to make bread. You have to be very specific with every single ingredient. We are doing bread and wine, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Frenchness. Y'all want France? Here we go. We have bread, wine, and that is it. We have gasoline. We'll make a fire. Bring your cigarettes. The fuck?
SCP-3305-A. The following is the Foundation's current understanding of what occurred during event SCP-3305-A. All information was gathered from SCP-3305-1. Local authorities before being amnestied, and Foundation personnel present. Day 1. An unknown group performs the ritual described in document.
What is -R and what is -A? So -A is like addendum. So like addendum 1. And then R, I think, is a recreation. I could be wrong. I don't know what R is, but A means addendum. And then, like, if you see EX, it means that son's explained. J is joke. K, I can't remember the full thing. There's something K class, which means that something can destroy the Earth. And then Euclid class means you can't contain it. And it's dangerous. Thaumiel is it's something you can use to try to contain stuff. But it can still be dangerous. So it's kind of interesting but strange. Sup, Horrible? How are you? What you doing, Horrible? Hello, Horrible. We learning about Jesus bread. Hello, I am a man. What's going on? We're learning about bread Jesus. We're learning about the mighty Jimmy.
SCP-3305-R. SCP-3305-1 manifest, and is led to an abandoned church near the small town. He is hidden for the
Like Jesus Christ? Yes. That Jesus Christ. The Jesus Christ. But made out of bread and wine. Only bread and wine. Nothing else. Nothing more. He is my loaf savior. Say hello to Bread Jesus. It sounds like a TV show. Like, go, go, Bread Jesus. You know?
rest of the day. Day 2. During the morning mass, wine and bread from SCP-3305-1 are served to attendees. 80% of was present and consumed part of SCP-3305-1. At the end of the sermon, SCP-3305-1 introduced itself. All civilians in attendance acknowledge SCP-3305-1 as the personification of a deity. A banquet was held, using bread and wine from SCP-3305-1. Day 3. SCP-3305-1 visits the rest of those who appear to be afraid of SCP-3305-1 are reprimanded against the anomaly's will. SCP-3305-1 feeds one civilian afflicted with Alzheimer's disease a portion of itself. The civilian claims a miracle has occurred, and can now remember his past clearly. Days 4 through 7.
What? What? Why? They are retelling the Bible using a bread dude. I want y'all to realize this. Bread Jesus is the real Jesus. There's no real human Jesus, just bread and holy crusade. We're sure about the wrong kind of bread. What did they do to my father? No clue. All hail to doughy goodness. He is here to help with our carb fix.
Those who refuse to consume part of SCP-3305-1 are discriminated against by approximately 40% of those under the effects of SCP-3305-1. These individuals are often refused service and are called gluten-free. SCP-33
They're called gluten free. I can already hear the slurs made in the South for them. That is awful. Oh. And what's bad is the South is the biggest part of like Christian belief systems. There's only two places in the world where they believe in God the most. In a Christian aspect, I mean. Those two places is the South in America and Ireland. These two places believe in God the most. I can already hear the South going, "You didn't consume nothing, you stupid," and then just some random bread slur would be said. I'm telling you now, they would make something up. Are you just reacting to anything because it sure looks like it? Hello wanted me to react to this. He said that this was be a funny short one, and I was actually getting ready to end stream. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta go do something. All right, there we are. I like these versions of Jesus more because he is literally made out of bread, and the old human Jesus is made of Jesus, which I find out cannibalistic because eat me, I am bread, and drink my blood is lying. It kind of feels like the Nixon series where President Nixon is God. Yeah, these bread Jesus is more friendly.
305-1 is unaware of the abusive treatment. Each night, SCP-3305-1 offers pieces of itself for consumption. It is estimated that 90% of the town have consumed a portion of SCP-3305-1 by Day 7. Day 8. Joseph Westing, the inventor of the gluten-free slur, announces the creation of the
I knew it! We're getting a gluten-free slur. I knew it. He's from the South, ain't
Its
he?
tenets are similar to the announced Joseph Westing, the inventor of the gluten-free slur, announces the creation of the Weston Church of Wonder Bread. Its tenets are similar to those advocated by SCP-3305-1. However, they believe that, quote, white bread is a superior bread.
They turned bread racist. They turned bread racist. I want y'all to realize this. Why? Why are they like this? I do not. I didn't not about President Nixon. I only know of our Lord and Savior Ronald Reagan, God Emperor, and Bread Jesus, who will go on Hollywood crusades against the SCP universe takeover. This is weird.
40% of joins the Westing Church of Wonder Bread. Day 9 through 11. Members of the Westing Church of Wonder
Days 9 through 11. He made a 9/11 joke too. Oh my god. I don't even know if he meant to do that. It's a 9/11 joke.
Day 9 through 11. Members of the Westing Church of Wonder Bread become increasingly hostile towards, quote, gluten-free, unquote, civilians. On Day 11, the Patrickson family is forced out of. The accounts of the Patrickson family are the first reports the Foundation have received regarding SCP-3305. MTF Gamma-84 is sent to investigate. Day 12. Members of the Westing Church of Wonder Bread attack a bakery. 2 civilians are stabbed to death with sharpened, stale baguettes. And
2 people are stabbed with two baguettes. Stale, sharpened baguettes. And of course, it's a French bread. Was Kirby just smoking something and he really just wanted a thing of bread? What the hell? This is one of the funniest SCP tales, in my opinion. I agree. It's entertaining, it's funny, but what the hell?
4 are beaten with the same weapons. SCP-3305-1 publicly denounces the Westing Church of Wonder Bread. MTF Gamma-84 arrives at. MTF Gamma-84 detains SCP-3305-1 and requests transport for SCP-3305-1 to Site-19.
Is this still going on? I thought this ended.
Day 13. While attempting to administer amnestics to the residents of
They
the
still
Westing
remember.
Church of Wonder Bread riot. 4 Foundation employees and 20 civilians are injured. After the altercation, Class B amnestics are successfully administered to the rest of the population. SCP-3305-1 is interviewed by Site-19 personnel. See SCP-3305 interview log for the full transcript. Day 14. Residents of Return to Worshipping Bread, referencing SCP-3305-1. The individuals responsible for the Westing Church of Wonder Bread create another organization called the King's Hawaiian Congregation.
King's Hawaiian Congregation? You know what? I'll join that. The King's Hawaiian Bread? Fantastic, I tell you what.
When asked about this, SCP-3305-1 replied, "They can still feel my presence, so they still know. Although, what more is faith than a feeling?" Dr. Teller requests the termination of SCP-3305-1. Day 15. Site Director Rogers approves Dr. Teller's termination request. SCP-3305-1 does not resist personnel during the process. SCP-3305-1 is terminated via incineration.
Jesus.
Day 16. The Aviation Division of MTF Gamma-84 administered the gaseous amnesty to the residents of via an airdrop. The rest of MTF Gamma-84 surveys the town and administers amnestics to those who did not encounter the gaseous amnestic. All memories of SCP-3305-1 are erased, and all evidence that SCP-3305 exists is confiscated. MTF Gamma-84 is assigned to monitor SCP-3305. SCP-3305 Interview Log.
Oh, Jesus.
Start Log. Dr. Teller. Hello. I'm sure you've been told that you've been brought here for questioning. SCP-3305-1. I have. There is nothing for me to hide. Well, it's good to know you don't feel uncomfortable. Can you tell me where you come from? I come from the Great Bakery. I have returned to once again enlighten men and women in the ways of the Baker, and to let them feast upon my body. Returned? When were you here last? I know not the passage of time between my last appearance and now. I can say for certain that massive bounds in culture and technology have taken place. I am quite impressed. Fair enough. What happened to you during your last appearance? I attempted to do the same as I did these past weeks. I brought bread, and urged people to break it with one another. The only difference was that back then, bread and wine were scarce, so I was considered a blessing and a miracle. Do you not consider yourself those things? No. I'm just a humble butter knife, spreading the word to the baker.
Are you kidding me?
Do you feel pain when you tear off pieces of yourself? I do, but I have grown used to it. I have suffered from the masses in other terrible ways. Giving away my blood and flesh to feed the hungry is but a prick in comparison. Speaking of which, I believe I have not offered you any. SCP-3305-1 removes a small piece of bread from his arm and offers it to Dr. Teller. Thank you, but I ate earlier, so I'm not hungry. Very well. Are you aware of the actions of a group called the...
They quite literally are telling the story of actual Jesus, but in the most fucked up, what is the word I'm thinking of? Sacrilegious way possible. Jesus Christ. Haven't they heard of the Muffin Man? This is the Muffin Man. This is the true Muffin Man. The Great Baker, the Muffin Man.
Westing Church of Wonder Bread? They were responsible for an attack on a bakery in town for selling, and I quote, whole grain, the heathen's bread. Unquote. I have. Have you spoken to this group at all? Not directly, but I should have. I do not condone their message, Wonder Bread is terribly bland. I much prefer Pepperidge Farm.
What?
And log.
What? Wonder Bread is bland. I prefer Pepperidge Farm. Ladies and gentlemen, that was 3305, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Toast. The bread god summoned from trees. I cannot describe what that was. That was ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. Today has been an amazing day. Y'all have all been amazing people. We've been live for 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, which means it is the natural cutoff point to where I try and get a little bit of bed in me. I do hope that everybody has an amazing day. I realized Hello said bread Jesus by mistake. Yeah. He said we must breed Jesus. We're going to breed Jesus, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody has a great day. Hope everybody is able to do something fantastic today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have no idea, Jagesis, who's currently in the stream, who will be in the comment things after the thing becomes a normal video, y'all go over to his channel, go play some of his games, play Flower Boys Funhouse. Make sure that we are able to beat his game. I want the mini game out. We need to overcome Jagesis. He is updating his games. Go check him out. And I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye-bye, y'all. Bye-bye.